Hello. How are we all doing? How's everyone going? Been figuring out texture painting workflow I don't hate. You know, I feel that. I don't know, as of late, I've been just like I use 3D Code, but like I primarily just do everything in Photoshop. It's kind of like funny. I just prefer painting in 2D for some reason. I don't know. I have a pretty scuffed workflow. I also feel like I need to actually learn how to paint and draw. So I've been like thinking about actually like studying how to draw again and stuff like that. I'm gonna make a Blender series on a laptop. Hope it doesn't explode. I hope so too. Yeah, I've thought about, I have to tinker around with using Clip Studio like Pro again. Cause like I was using it, like I use it primarily to draw and stuff, but 3D Code, last time I used it with Clip Studio Pro, it like shit the bed, but like, I don't know, I have to test again. Cause I also think like I had Clip Studio Pro crash a lot because I had like the wrong settings on it and stuff like that. Let me check. I think everything is working. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's like similar way to somewhat how I do it with 3D Code, because 3D Code has semi-live updates with like Photoshop, to where like whenever I save in Photoshop, it'll auto update and then show the updated textures in 3D Code. But you can like change it to any app, but like I don't know, I think with the really low res stuff, Photoshop just works low-key better. Just give me a sec, guys. I'm just making sure that everything is working. I've been trying to make a new workflow because I've decided to start learning Unreal Engine. Yeah. Spawn capture stream, sorry. Oh, good, dude. Why does it say my bitrate is unstable on Twitch? Was? Whoa. It shouldn't be. Why? Why is it saying it's 60.03 FPS? Oh my god, I'm actually so bad at this stream stuff. Sorry, let me read the messages. There's no live updates for me. Have to keep. Oh, that must be a nightmare just sending it across the files. I'm trying to make a new workflow because I've started to start learning Unreal Engine. What are your go-to Blender add-ons? Yeah, I can go through that in a second. Hang on, just still getting ready. Do I have to change my bitrate? Hold on, let me just knock it down a little bit. See if that fixes things. I also need you to tell me how you wrinkle curves for hair, because I find them to be a nightmare to deal with. Yeah, I can go through that, because I'm actually going to be modeling this time. I think like last stream, all I did was yak, because I was just so tuckered out from like the long week. And then like also, I had like nothing prepared, but today I actually have some stuff prepared to work on. Whereas like last time I just started the stream and I was like, I'm gonna, I don't know what I'm gonna do. And I decided it like last minute. I had like nothing prepared. It was quite bad. And I omega scuffed the audio. It was so bad, dude. I didn't like realize it was like cooked until I watched like the VOD and I was like, oh fuck. All right, let me just change the stream scene. Oh my god, I'm actually elite boomer. Holy shit. I love your vibes. Haven't seen any of your content in forever. I forgot how pleasant it was. Oh, thank you. It's really nice of you to say. Okay, the chat's working. Cool, cool. Dude, I haven't calibrated anything. What am I doing? I'm so scuffed, bro. Alright, that should be all good. Yeah, Blender plugins. Yeah, let me double check I've got the right Blender open and stuff before I go into that, because I have quite a few, but like honestly there's some that like low-key you can live without, but I just really like it for like one or two things in it. Okay, can you show me how you do or did different hair types? Yep, definitely can. I will probably like mostly doing hair modeling today because the concept I have is pretty simple. I'm just remaking an old character, really. Just 1 second. Like I'll switch over to modeling because I don't want to yap for too long. Oh, excuse me. And do let me know like the audio levels and stuff like that throughout, because like I forgot to double check it. I was so focused last night on fixing the audio because I was having like buffering issues or something like that, to where there was like every time I would play like a stinger, like the wipe animation, it would like lag. And I found out because I had like the audio bitrate way too high. I don't know why. It's really, really odd. Hang on, sorry. So yeah, I'm very scuffed with this streaming stuff. Lamau. I feel like I used to be pretty on top of it, but I'm just so like out of touch. Mostly stuck on the waist, head, and the hair. I think the feet too, but I don't know. Yeah, I can cover all that stuff today. Like today, like I'll do some modeling, but like definitely, if you guys have any questions for me, let me know, and I'll try to cover it the best I can. Hold on, I'm just grabbing like the old character I'm gonna be remaking today. Cause low-key, I was like looking at my stuff, and I was like, man, I have like a lot of old, I almost said NPCs, OCs and stuff like that, that like look kind of dog water that I'd like to like remake. Okay, let me switch scenes. Oh god, did I press the button properly? Hello? Oh, dude, I'm so slow. I'm like slamming, like I have a stream deck. I'm slamming the button and it's like, why is it not working? Is it broken? I'm hitting like the button to go into the scene I'm into now. I woke up like 30 minutes ago. And I had a late night, so yeah. So we're gonna remake this character today. I have like a sketch and stuff drawn up for it. But quickly to go over the first question, what are my go-to Blender add-ons and stuff like that? Let me pull it up. It's gonna work. Oh, thank God! I haven't checked anything. Yeah, I have hold on, I have to take off my gloves. I have like hand tracking, pretty scuffed. The thing is though, like, it's really, 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 really cold in Australia. So I'm full kitted out. I got my hoodie on. I'm wearing gloves because my hands are freezing. So when I have my gloves on, the hand tracking doesn't work at all, which is kind of annoying. But I'm so cold to where I think I got a bit sick last night because like it was freezing cold, and I live in a brick apartment, so like I can see my breath at times, and I'm on the top of the apartment, so I get like freezing here. But yeah, my add-ons. So I'll go for the two main ones I always make sure to have. Machine tools, hard ops. But these are just like, you know, they're primarily meant for hard surface, but I just like them because they adds new user interface options that are really nice. It is kind of annoying too. I forgot which one, it could be both, but they're like yearly sub now, in that you have to pay like I don't know, I think it's like $2-3 to get the future updates and whatnot, which is like annoying, but oh well. They're really good, so I use those for just my general modeling one. What else? The UV ones that I use, I use two primarily with the UVs. I use something called Mio Free. This is free, by the way. All it essentially is, so it's just a really nice like UV sort of tool set. It's got a bunch of things. It's really, really nice. This is the main one I use. The primary thing I like using here is like copying UV islands and then pasting them so I can stack them like on top of each other. It's really nice. I just use it for those like free buttons really. And then I also use it so I can like unwrap just like the X through the X axes and the Y axes. It's really nice for that. And the next like UV add-on I have is UV squares. This is the thing that I use to make everything into like a rectangle. It's a bit finicky, but I have found out of all the add-ons, this does it the way I like it the most. It's the most consistent. It only messes up when you have triangles, so you just have to be aware of that, to where I just manually fix those areas. Or if I have a mesh where it's just like really triangulated, I just do it manually because it's a little bit hard for it to figure that out. So there's that, and the weight painting stuff. I use two things for weight painting. I use easy adjust vertex and easy weight, but I don't really use easy weight too much. So what easy adjust vertex does is, let me see here. Okay, I have to go into a different model because this is linked. Let's go into this one. Okay. So all easy adjust vertex does is, let's say we have two vertex groups here. So it just allows me to adjust like the vertex within the edit mode. So you see how it's like empty here, right? If I'm in the edit mode, I can adjust it manually here, and you can see it's adjusted. It's really nice because like when I'm dealing with low poly stuff, I don't like painting it because there's not a lot of like vertices. I rather just do it like vertice by vertice. So it's really easy to use this when I'm adjusting things like the elbow and stuff like that. It's really helpful in that. Hey Shucks, how's it going? Yeah, I've been well, thank you. Been well. I went to the doctors yesterday. I got some good news and bad news. The condition I had that messes up my voice, I'm on like less medication for it now, so I'm no longer on like daily meds. Now it's just a vibe check. I take it whenever, which is nice. But I got some other bad news to where I might have to get surgery on my elbow, which I was like, okay. I have like some slight nerve damage in like my elbow to where I'm just gonna try to rehab it for the next like few months, and then if still not going well, apparently I might have to get surgery. It doesn't sound too serious, but I'm like, brother, like, dude, like, who has it out for me? It's like, I collect medical issues one after another. I've had like so many random things. And I'm like relatively a healthy person. I'm not perfect, but like, I don't really do much to like absolutely destroy my body. Do you sculpt vertex model or use shapes like cylinders and cubes? Yeah, I use primarily, I don't sculpt too much. I used to in the past, but for this sort of style, I don't really sculpt. Like, yeah, I'll jump into sculpt mode to like, you know, adjust the shapes, but I'm not like traditionally sculpting. Surgery, yeah, I don't know if I have to do the surgery. It's like potentially, but like my doctor didn't sound too worried about it, so I'm like, I'm not really gonna bother worrying about it either. So yeah, I should be all fine. Like it's like whatever. Like at worst, it's like it might be annoying because like a little bit of recovery. But I'll get time off from work. So how do you UV the face? Yeah, so the way I UV the face is a little bit odd. So this is my base mesh that you might have seen this on Gummer and stuff like that. So if I just go and put on my UV grids, so this is like already UV'd out. The way I sort of do it is, let me have a think how I've done this. So essentially, like I cut at the front here because that's the only thing I really like need to worry about, because the rest is going to be hidden, right? Either by hair or it's just going to be in shadow. Like this bit here is going to be in shadow, right? The main thing I care about is just the front view. So when I'm unwrapping this, I just basically grab this front face and I only focus on just making these areas pretty nice, right? So then I will just do an unwrap and unwrap conformal, and then from here I will just start manually trying to shift it so it's a little bit more square-like. So I like it a little bit flat on because it's easier to paint in 2D. And then from there it's just like a matter of just like unwrapping from within here to just, you know, adjust it to make sure it's nice and even. And while I'm doing it, I'm like checking my UV like texture to ensure it's, you know, got a nice and consistent like pixel grid, because I want it to be relatively square on the areas I want detail. So where you can see I have a bunch of stretching on the top here, but like that doesn't matter to me because I know I'm going to cover that with hair. So it's just making sure that I have the areas. I just realized I have no music playing on Twitch. Whoops. Oopsies. So like what was I saying? Yeah, so the parts that I know I'm not gonna see, I don't like give a shit about that on like the UVs. Like even the side here doesn't really matter too much. So where, oh wait, I know a good model I can show to explain. Hold on. Let me pull up the Sachi model I made, because that's my peak so far. One second. Which file is it? Yeah, I'm gonna guess it's this one. So this one? Oh, banger. It's this one, okay. Oh my god, bro. Here we go. Oh, my elbows are so annoying, brother. Also, luckily with my elbow, it's just the left, so it's not my dominant arm. So it's kind of annoying, but like, yeah, it's not too serious. I don't have to like roll swap like my dominant arm and shit like that. What's it talking about? UVs, right? UVs. So if I go into this character here, if I just hide everything else, you'll see like the side here is like pretty pixelated and stuff like that, but like you don't really see it. Like this whole bit here, you don't see because it's just covered by the hair. If I was like doing a game thing, I would just delete the back faces probably, because it's not really needed. It's kind of nice having it there from when I'm making the hair so I can see the head shape. But like, yeah, I sort of like am very conscious of like, where am I actually going to see the mesh the most? And then from that, I'll determine of like how I sort of place my UVs and things like that. You just open up a new world to me with Mio Free. Also wanted to ask if you do low poly VTuber commissions and if you have other tips for VTubing, for like the interfacing up, etc. I don't currently take commissions. I kind of just like, I've got too much stuff on the go. I am doing like something for somebody at the minute, to where that will be a video. But I don't normally take commissions, generally. Like I think I've only done like one for somebody, but yeah. And thank you. Other tips for VTubing for like the interface? I'm actually really bad when it comes to VTubing tech and stuff like that. Like it took me so long to figure out this guy here, to where I'm still like very much like learning things for it. Do you use? Yeah, I use a Wacom, like a tablet. I don't use like a pen display. I don't like using pen like screen tablets because of like ergonomics and stuff like that. My body's cranked up to where I used to own a Cintiq years ago, like a really old, I think it was Cintiq 24 HD, really old, and I had to like, dude, I had intense like shoulder and neck pain, so bad posture, to where I much prefer just a normal tablet that I just put on my desk. And the reason why I prefer it, it's just like really easy to like set up ergonomics for it, to where it's really easy to do it. It is harder to use. You have to learn how to use it because of like the eye disconnect and stuff like that. But you get used to it. But yeah, I just use that. I have some giant, it's a giant one though. I got like an Intuos Large. It's like massive, but it's nice because I have an ultra wide display. So like I need the screen real estate. But I will say the new, like Wacom, like Wacom Intuos tablets are low key, like they look dog shit. Cause like they don't have, like it's like it's butt to butt, so there's no extra space on the edges. Hold on, I'm like yapping without an image. I need to pull up an image. Give me a second. Let me explain like why I don't like it. Hold on. Let me pull up an image. Okay. Dude, it's like so bad. Let me pull up an old one as well. All right, so like this is the new one. If you can't tell, you probably can't tell the issues immediately. There are two annoyances. For one, the buttons are on the top. Who is like shifting their like hands to hit the top buttons? That is like awful. That's uncomfortable as like hell, right? But like whatever, like I don't use the buttons on mine. It's like whatever, right? But you'll notice the dots here. That is where like the pen display like works. So it's like edge to edge. And you might think initially, oh, isn't that good? Because it's like less wasted space. The reason why that sucks is on this one, you notice there's a ton of space. And that's nice because when I'm drawing to the edge here, I need to lean my hand on something, so I can just lean it on here. But on this one, it's floating in like Narnia or some shit. So it's like omega uncomfortable, probably. I said probably because I haven't bought it. But like, I've heard people complain about it. I don't like it. Unlucky. I really dislike this change. To where I'm scared if my tablet breaks, I don't want to buy a new one because they're too expensive. And it's so annoying to me because it's just like another thing of like software and hardware just getting worse over time. It's like, dude, like they had this on lock. I love this tablet. I have this, but a large one. I love it, dude. This it doesn't spark joy in me. Doesn't spark joy. Yeah, this is the old one. It's built like a tank. It's nice, but I think like the only reason I kind of like Wacom, however you pronounced it, it's just because like the drivers are consistent. My only fear with some of these other models, like these other brands, is the drivers might not get supported. And when I say the Wacom's drivers are consistent, I mean like they update it. Sometimes they don't work the best. Like I don't like what they've done recently to like the user interface for the new like Wacom settings and stuff like that. Like awful. But I've been ranting for a bit. I haven't checked the YouTube comments. Hold on. I would honestly love to commission or request a model from you in the future. Love your work and your videos are so useful. Actually, thank you. And it looks like yeah, dude. I never played that game. But I've always like loved the stuff from there. I'm left-handed, so I'm kind of cursed compared to everyone else being right-handed. Yeah, I have a friend who's left-handed, and I remember I went to his like house, and like his setup was so crazy. I was just like, dude, what the hell? How do you even play games? Because he actually like uses his mouse with his left hand and stuff like that. Dude, it's like insane. I was just like, dude, how are you playing League? No wonder like you're dog water at it, bro. But yeah, was there anything else I needed to cover that you guys were asking about that I just forgot? Boop, 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 boop. Holy shit, I got so many ticks. Let me grab some water. Oh my god, my lips are so dry, man. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. I might just start on modeling now then. There's no other questions. So I think I missed a few, but I'm so scatterbrained. So this is the new design of the character. Wait, I should pull up the before as well quickly. So this is the original. I didn't, as you can tell by the thick bottom, the only English. I only like modeled the top half. I didn't like model the bottom. Originally it was just a floating body, but then I had to like quickly extend it for like the render. So I've just like redesigned it more or less because this is like almost 2 years old. I think it's like 2 years old at this point. So I just redesigned the concept. I'm probably going to change how the like eyes and stuff look. Wait, I just realized this has the wrong sketch. Hold on. This has an old sketch. I have to fix this. I'm trying to play Marvel Rivals on my PC and it said no. Dude, Marvel Rivals is low-key intense game. I kind of want to play it, but also at the same time, I'm like, holy gooner. Dude, the ads that play on Reddit for the game all the time, it's just like, dude, I can't browse Reddit at work. Like, I don't want to get done in. Like, it's so insane. Where did I? Oh, right. I haven't updated the textures. Hold on. Because I quickly updated the sketch this morning before stream. So I didn't like how the eyes were looking. Ooh, banger. Oh my god, flashbang. Okay, this is the new sketch. So this is the new design. I'll probably mess around with the face a little bit because I'm not the biggest fan of how I've drawn the head. I'm also not the best artist. So the hair will definitely change. I don't really like the shape here, but I just need something to have a little bit of a guide so I don't just get lost in the sauce while I'm modeling. But yeah, now she actually has a bottom half and stuff like that. I'm gonna play around with the shoes a little bit. I really like big, bulky, chunky shoes. I don't know why, but just it strikes something in here, something. It's so nice. I never played Marvel Rivals, but I loved playing Deadlock. I couldn't play it again because of lagging and overheating my laptop though. Oh, I couldn't get into Deadlock. It was so funny. I have a friend, he only plays League, and I'm trying to play games with him, but it's so hard to find something that ticks his brain. He only plays Leagues or random roguelites. To where I conned him into playing Deadlock with me. Bro, we were so confused. It was fun, but it's too difficult to get into another game like that after I've already got into League. I used to play Dota, Dota 1 years ago. Never really got into Dota 2. It was just, I think League ruins me to where all of the things were just all the things that were streamlined were just too nice. So Deadlock is too confusing for us. Yeah, Risk of Rain 2 is so good. We used to play a lot of Risk of Rain 2. We play that every now and then, but we haven't done a big run in a while because there was the time where Gearbox bought it out and then cooked the game. W Gearbox. But yeah, it's dude, Risk of Rain 2 is so fun. Modded is insane. I remember I had a gangster mod to where it's not updated anymore, to where it's Sora from Kingdom Hearts. Dude, that was so fun. That's a sick mod. I think there's a new Sora mod. I tried it and I'm didn't really vibe with it. The Dragon Ball mods were so funny though. I remember my mates, they were Vegeta and Goku, and I just kept on hearing hey, I'm Goku, over and over on repeat. That was so fun. And some of the League mods in that is so insane, the Akali mod, Jinx. It's just such a good game. All right, so what do I actually have to do for this model? So I'm trying to think if I just want to use my base mesh or show you guys how I make the base meshes. If you want me to make this base mesh from scratch, let me know and I'll do it. Otherwise, I might just carry on with this base here. Because I'm lazy. But there's not too much I have to model, I think. It's just the skirts, really. And then I have to make some cuts to form the clothing here, which isn't really that many. Yeah, it's actually pretty, that's more or less it really. Just a cut down here. I probably should have clothed her up because I am on YouTube as well. Let me quickly fix that. Yep, there you go. She's in a swimsuit now. Surely that's fine. Yeah, I know of Mobile Legends. I have a few Southeast Asian friends who played that. I think it's Mobile Legends that they would play. Deadlock for me is fun when I ain't thinking competitively, while also easy for me. Maybe it's just like Pixel Gun. Yeah, I don't know. I just like I can't be bothered thinking about how I could like easily probably learn Deadlock, but like I don't really play games that much, and I can't be bothered like learning another another game. Should I try to do it later because I lost the VOD? Yeah, I think like I might have done like on Twitch. I think, yeah, I definitely didn't do last stream. Last stream I did nothing. But like I'm doing the stream on YouTube, so like there will be a VOD. Unless like it gets taken down. I hope not. Yeah, dude, I never played ranked. Never. I played it a little bit, but like I just play norms. Nowadays, I don't even do that. I only play ARAM with augments. You can't get me to play anything else. Sometimes I get a craving to play norms. But like, yeesh. I need a 5-stack for that shit. I played League for too long as well. I have like played since what? Like season 1? Like I don't have Silver Kale, I have like Judgment Kale or something, like the season 2 skin. I played for a long time. And I've been terrible like for a very long time. This stuff here is like so unnecessary, but I like doing it, like the random materials and stuff like that. I think I got into League in 2016. I can't remember like what year was like the peak League year, but like there were some seasons were so bad. I remember the Ardent Sensor meta was like so dog water. But like, even though I don't really play League much anymore, I still keep up with the esports. Like that can never leave me. Her hair hat looks like Cappy's cap from me. Yeah, it does. I just realized. Yo, I need to reference that. WW reference. Yeah, I kind of miss mythical items. I miss mythical items because it was so brain dead to where like, when I'd play ADC, it's just like, can I go Gale Force or can I not go Gale Force? Dude, oh my god, I need to talk about MSI. That was so funny. I was hate watching to Max Glory because like all the EU fans were getting so smug. Oh, just shit talking non-stop. And then Frio, Big Dokes. I used to be like a big NA fan, and then like the region kind of died, but holy, that was like a magnificent hate watch, bro. The inspired interview, bro, that was so funny, dude. My god, it was so good. Yeah, I made an invisible woman model, but I never finished it. I think I just did the sketch and then I kind of like, oh no, I tried doing it. I remember getting frustrated with it and giving up because I could not be bothered doing all the texturing. It was just like, I remember trying to do the texturing and just like really struggling and just going, nah, I'm not doing this anymore, and just gave up. I have a pretty big habit of doing that. If my heart's not in it, I won't do it, sort of thing. That's kind of why I don't really take commissions, because like, I very much do this stuff for fun. Because like I work a full-time creative job that I'm really burnt out in, to where I make sure whatever I do after work, I'm having fun, like maximum fun. Otherwise, I'm just not gonna do it. I'm not a League person, just not for me. But the community is, yeah, the community is funny as, bro. Honestly, I don't really recommend people play League. I remember when Arcane came out, and then all like my other friends who don't play League were like, yeah, I was thinking about playing League. And I was just like, no. Don't do that. Hey, thank you for the follow, Cobalt. Welcome in. I was like, no. Don't do that. Don't do that. I don't want you doing that. I don't want you playing League, gang, because I don't want to hear you complain about League as well. Like, League addiction is the funniest shit ever. I find it crazy to me that people like crack addicted to League. Because I'm very like on and off with the game. But it's also like a thing to where it's like, I don't know, I only play friends nowadays. You can't get me to like play ranked ever. Like solo queue, like brother. I can't. Same with like Valorant, I can't. Like I used to play like a ton of CS solo queue to where I would prefer playing CS solo queue than playing with my mates. Low key. So I remember one time I played a game of CS solo queue and I accidentally matched up with all my mates and I was like, oh, this is awkward. I'm appearing offline right now. I remember the message being saying like, do you like not like playing Counter-Strike with us? And I was like, well, no, I like playing Counter-Strike with you guys, but like I kind of just wanted to play solo and I was meant to be studying for an exam, so I was just running away from my responsibilities, low-key. Someone who used to play... How do you make the hands? Talking about the farm. Yeah, I can get into that in a second. Let me just read these other comments quickly. Someone who used to play Mobile Legends. I already know what LoL would be like. Yeah, it's just... Don't play League. It's such a time waster as well. It's like the games are too long. I hate playing these multiplayer games where like I'm stuck here. Like, yeah, I can FF in 20 minutes, but that's 20 minutes of my life gone still, bro. Such a coin flip as well. Can't stick around, but I'll watch the VOD to see your hair advice. Hey, no worries. But thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Yep, so I'll quickly go on how to make the hands. So, the hands. Okay. How to best explain this? So I think what I'll quickly do actually is, so I just don't mess stuff up. Separate this. All right, so the hand is, so whenever I model stuff, right, I really like to, how to properly explain this? I like to break everything up into simplified shapes. So if you think about the hands, there are two primary shapes, really. Right, so we have the palm here. So I will generally like model out the palm with just a simple cube, right? And then we have the fingers. What I will do with the fingers is, again, I will also model it out as a simple cube, but I will just model one finger and then duplicate that across the entire mesh, so I'm not having to redo everything like again and again. And it's like the exact same for the thumb. The thumb has the exact same like topology as my finger here, with just the knuckles being different. So you can see here, it's still like almost the exact same topology as this. The only thing that's a little bit different is to connect the thumb. I use quite a few triangles. And I'm a little bit mindful of where I'm placing these triangles, right? Because I know with the way that the hand works, there is going to be like a hard, let's see if I can do this with the tracking. There's going to be like a hard crease with your palm where like your hand that connects, because that's just like where the crease in your hand is. So I know I'm going to place UVs here. So I don't really care about like, not UVs, I know I'm going to place seams here because I don't really care about there being a hard crease from like the texture. So I go into the UV grid here. You can see there's a hard crease here because of the different UV seams, right? But that doesn't matter because there's going to be a crease there anyway, just because of the way hands are. So I don't really care too much about the topology, so I'll sort of just collapse it into here just to forcibly join it onto the palm, because the palm is more or less just a cube. It's just got a little bit of modified topology to fit in, to just snuff in the thumb, basically. And then I collapse some edges towards the end, so I'm able to connect it to the arm. But I've probably done a really bad way of explaining this. I actually am planning on making a video to where I am going to explain how I model like a base mesh and stuff like that. So keep an eye out for that. It might be a while away because it turned out to be a bigger video than I expected, like always. So yeah, I will be properly explaining this in a video, hopefully. Yeah, you can't play League because of all the Vanguard bullshits. Dude, Valorant is so bad at Vanguard. It's actually so frustrating. Yeah, I have a mouse. My mouse is Miku. I downloaded some random like mouse thing, so it's like it changes all the icons to Miku. It's the funniest shit ever. You can do Deadlock instead, switching from crack to weed. I can't. I really like Deadlock though. Like I probably won't get into it because it's just like I'm lucky retired from those kinds of games, but I like everything about it. Like I can't be bothered like learning another multiplayer fest. I much prefer sticking to my indie slop. Like my favorite thing in the world is every like fortnight, every 2 weeks, I will open up my Steam and find random indie slop to buy and play. I love Miku! Ah! Dude, I love... Look-key, I kind of download it first as a bit, but then every time I see my mouse, it's the funniest shit. I just put a smile on my face. Like when my shit crashes and like the mouse does like the loading thing, normally it'd be like, oh my god, no. But then I'm like, oh, this is so cute. How do you always know what texture size to use? Yeah, single player story games are the way of life. 100%. Agreed. Okay, so for the texture sizes, it's purely just based on vibes and the detail. So for this design here, where is it? For this design here, I feel like just looking off this, it's pretty simple. The only asymmetry that I'm really gonna have here is on the on this, right? So I know there's not a lot of asymmetry, so I could probably get away with 256. The only times I go up and double it to 512 is when I'm like, I want toggles. Let's say we had a big jacket on this character. I would need the extra resolution because if I want to be able to toggle that on and off, it's like a larger space because this will just barely fit in 256 by 256, right? So when I have like extra things like a gigantic coat that I want to toggle on and off, that is like going to require a larger size. So I will like use that. I won't use the full space because I think it's 512 is like double 256, but it's double, so it's like a lot. So I'll generally use up like 2/3, if not 3/4 of that texture grid for everything. So it really depends on the complexity of your character to determine like how much resolution your texture will need. And it's also a stylistic thing. For me, I really sort of like the pixelated look. So if I go into the Sachi model, and I want to save. So I forgot what the size was. So this is 256 by 256, right? And this only has asymmetry on just the, I guess like the shirt here, like the jumper here. Only in the middle is the asymmetry. The rest is like symmetrical, not including the bangs there. So it's very like, this is the sort of like pixel or texel density that I kind of want because I like this blocky pixelated look. So I will try my best to squeeze it into 256, but as I'm doing it, and if I notice that like, oh, this is probably not going to work out, I'll then just go up a size and then just use that extra space because you would be essentially, let me go into, because yeah, you would be essentially like doubling it, so it'd be like this large. So I won't use all that space because I like the pixelated look. It's only when it's 256 by 256, I generally am using everything I can, the best of my abilities, while also like ensuring that it's easy to work on. Because here's how like the actual UVs are looking like. Because you want to like two things. You want to ensure you have as much space as possible for your things, but you also want to organize them so it's easy to paint onto, which is really important. How do you keep pixel density consistent across models? That is a good question. The way I do that is through using my like little tool. On my Gumroad, there is like a UV checker. So all it is, it's literally just like a geometry node setup that will force the material on. If I just type in KF UV, I have 3 of them. I have like a 128 grid, a 256, a 526. So if I paste this on here, it will show me this UV grid. So to keep it consistent across other models, I will literally screenshot the last model I made and use this as reference to try keep it like a similar size. And it's kind of vibes as well, like when I'm doing it this way, because you'll notice that like up here, it's like, you know, pretty normal. Then down here, it's like twice the size of this. And the reason for that is because there's more detail at this area, but you can't really like tell too much. It kind of looks that fine. So it's very much vibe dependent. A lot of experimenting. So like when I'm doing UVs, I will always like often start just painting to like see how other pixels like translating like with the resolution. I'm like constantly checking and testing my UVs as I'm unwrapping them, which is like kind of like it's something you learn over time. I really recommend like when you're doing your UVs, test to see like how not only like the resolution, but also like how it sort of like feels to paint on. Because you might unwrap something, you might think this is great, and then it turns out your seams are pretty awful, or it's like really hard to paint onto. So that's like really important. I've had a lot of models I've just had issues because I was able to wrap it well to where I got a nice minimal stretching, but it was just awful to paint onto. Take your time to respond to this because it's not really relevant to the current conversation, but I'm curious if you saw the new animation software that starts with an M. Is that I saw there was like a new 2D animation software, I think randomly in my YouTube recommended, but I haven't like properly watched it or seen too much into it. How do you manage to keep the UV squared? Yeah, I'll answer that in a second. I was never able to figure out how to paint such soft textures like that. Do you paint them in Blender or do you paint them outside? I paint them outside. I'll explain how I paint my stuff in a second, but I'll quickly answer the UV squared question. So I can actually show that. So, okay, let's just grab this, right? Hopefully I don't save this. So the way I do this is, let's just say I have, let's just grab this. All right, let's say I've just got this here, right? And I want to unwrap this. So the first thing I would do is I'll just do an unwrap conformal, and it's going to come out like this, right? So that's not square at all. So then what I need to use is I need to use a plugin UV squares. This is going to basically do its best to try put everything into a square. So if I do that, it'll come like that. Now you'll notice that I have triangles in here, and this add-on doesn't mess with triangles too well. So often enough, I'll have to manually fix this. So we'll just quickly adjust this. And I like to do everything pixel perfect as well. So I have a hotkey set up for snap selection. I forgot where it is exactly. I think it's in UV's snap selected to pixels. So this is just going to forcibly ensure that it's snapping to the pixels so things are pixel perfect, right? So I'll do that, and then I will then start to, adjust the resolution to get what I like. I generally like to keep my faces in even number. So like I'll have this bit here be like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Instead of being 11, I'll have it set to like 10. Just so it's like easier to, I guess, like scale up and stuff like that. But like, I mean, that's pretty much like how I do it. It's a little bit harder on other things that aren't as simple as like this. But yeah, it's just a lot of manual work. Do you end up with a bunch of warping doing this way? Yeah, you do. So it's very much like sometimes you will, to where like here there's a bit of warping, but like you don't really see it. So that's why I always like to test my models. So I'm trying to see if there's any areas in this model to where I did have warping, to where I had to tweak it. You can see here, like I'm not always doing it, right? It's sort of like dependent on areas where I can get away with it. Yeah, I'll definitely do it. For example, here it's not perfectly square because I want to kind of like, oh my god, my elbow. Owie! I kind of like don't really care about the seam here. So it's really much like vibes. So the shoe especially, I didn't really care about. Like there is a seam literally down the middle like that, but you can't tell because it's just like one solid color. So you do get warping from this, and it's very much like a case by case of whether you should fully do this. Like you don't have to fully keep it square, but I like to be conscious of trying to keep my UVs and stuff like that. What's the word for it? Consistent and uniform. Umo pen. Apples or oranges? Apples every day of the week, bro. I do not like orange. Like, oh, no, I don't mind oranges, but like juice, I can't with orange juice. I think bad take for me. I think orange juice is like so mid. I don't mess with it, gang. Let me see if that was what I saw on Twitter. Yes, I think that was the thing that I saw on Twitter. But I haven't like looked into it too much. Yeah, that is the thing. I remember the character. Dude, mango's so goated. Mangoes are so goated. It's like mangoes, like whenever I ask somebody what is your go-to fruit or like whatever, they almost always say mango. So valid. What's your favorite indie slop? Oh, brother, like hold on, let me answer Mio's other like question before I start like yapping. But I will get to that. It's like, dude, don't get me started on that shit. I was never able to figure out how to paint such soft texture. Yeah, so the way I paint my textures is I use 3D Coat Pro to paint everything. You can do it on Blender. I just prefer 3D Coat Pro because one, it's like Photoshop, but it's 3D, and also I can use Photoshop with it. So like I'll paint like a grayscale and then convert that into color using gradient maps and stuff like that. So it's very much like I'm tapping in and out of like painting in 3D Coat and then painting in Photoshop, because it's kind of hard to paint some things in 3D. It's just easier doing it in 2D sometimes. Pineapple, my favorite, but it's gonna be perfectly right. Pineapple is kind of like annoying to like prep, low key. I think my favorite is like a really ripe pear. I used to fist a pear, like 2-3 pears every morning. So nice. Yeah, I paint everything inside Blender, and I find it impossible to paint softer shadows and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm not the biggest fan of painting inside Blender. That's why I bought 3D Coat. Like, it works, but it's just a little bit... I just don't like the... I just don't like the navigation when I'm painting in Blender. I know there's like plugins to kind of make it better with like painting with like layers and stuff like that. But like, yeah. Oh yeah, my favorite indie slop. All right, dude, let me. Favorite indie slop. Bro, you're like asking me like the hardest question of my life right now. Let me check my Steam archives. Let me see what I have currently, what I've been messing with. Right now, of course, like everyone's playing this, like Slay the Spire 2. That's so fun. Was playing that like so much. But where's my niche hits? Where's my random stuff? Let me have a look. Dude, I look, you don't have like much. I've just been only playing Slay the Spire 2 for a while. Fast? Yeah, I never played Amori, but I did watch a full video explaining the entire game to me. For some reason, like I struggle playing, like I can't be bothered playing like those RPG Maker games. I'd rather just watch a full playthrough of it. That game sounds, I'm gonna butcher the pronunciation here, like Motra? That sounds familiar. I feel like I would have. Let me search that up. That sounds familiar. It's not in my Steam. Hold on. Oh yeah. This was in my Steam. I played it, but I couldn't get into it. It's a me issue, skill issue. Will you ever do a tutorial for these type of things? Yes, I will do. The next video is a tutorial. Like, mind you though, when I say tutorial, it's like tutorial asterisks, and that it's not like a step-by-step tutorial. I really like dislike those kind of videos because I just think they're boring to watch. And I don't really like, I don't really watch those kind of vids. But it will be like me explaining the full like theory. It'd be like more of a lecture rather than like a workshop, I guess. Because I feel like me, I could like explain things better in like a live stream format. And it's really, I find it really hard to do a tutorial like thing and record it to like the level that I wanted to. But I am doing a video on how I make my base meshes, to explain the full theory behind it, what I'm thinking and stuff like that, and go over my process. That is the next planned video. And then after that, I plan to do a video similar to like the other Kevin tries, where it's like showing my process. I'm working on a VTuber model for somebody. That is going to be the video after the body one. So quite some time away though. Yeah, you can follow and do the similar results. It's just not like it's not a tutorial to where I'm like import the cube and then like follow me exactly step by step, sort of thing. Like it's not like a course sort of thing. I've already coded in Linux, but I haven't tried, but I haven't had the time to test if things like pen pressure works yet. I don't actually use pen pressure too much in 3D code, to be honest. It's quite bad. I really like your art style. Hope your tutorial lets me do what you do. Yeah, like it should be helpful. Like it's gonna explain like a lot of things. Like it's like when I say it's not gonna be like tutorial like some people think, it's like it's just not gonna be like a full-on course. Like it's not gonna be like 7 like hour video of me showing you step by step, but it will be explaining everything. Because I feel like that kind of stuff I can just do it on stream. It's not really content I find engaging to watch. Because at the like, yeah, I'm making educational content, I suppose, but at the same time, like I want to make stuff that's like entertaining to watch, and like the stuff that I would watch. Like, I love watching like random art videos where it's people just yapping about their process. Ooh, ads are gonna start soon. Might be time for a piss break. Is Hilux the one where it's like the art style goes crazy? Yeah, it is. I actually haven't played that yet. I need to set some time aside to play that. It just looks so funny. Oh, banger OG song. What's it doing? Lol, 0 progress made. A free couple of bucks for a female bass mesh. It's a very helpful reference. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. Like all the, you know, when people throw a couple of bucks my way for the stuff I post in like Gumroad for free, it's really generous and kind. I really do appreciate those sort of things. And it does like help support the channel in a way, because it just allows me to keep making content. And it allows me to continue like releasing this stuff like free to the public as well. To the day I die. Would you want to do YouTube as a full-time job? I'd love to, as long as like I would have like consistent pay so I wouldn't be scared about my bills. Like, I want to quit my job so bad. Like, it's insane how much I want to quit my job. Like, I think about it every single day, just rage quitting. But at the same time, like I got bills and stuff to pay. Like, I can't just quit. So like, if YouTube, if it would ever like be able to support me and I wouldn't be scared about my next like paycheck and stuff like that, I'd do it in a heartbeat. But yeah, you don't get much money through ads and stuff like that. I think it's like mostly people are making money through like sponsors and whatnot. So primary income, because like, yeah, the AdSense ain't be slapping too well. Hold on. If I want to make progress, I actually need to get like reference up on my screen so I know what I'm doing. But yes, I would love to do content creation full time. I'd quit my job in a heartbeat. Yeah, this job is sucking my soul, but it's just a thing to where like every time my friends tell me, oh, you should quit, it's just like there's no jobs out there in the market. The market's really bad right now. It was like bad before the AI boom. It's like even worse now. Because it's also, keep in mind, I live in Australia, small country, not a lot of stuff out there. There's some stuff, but it's like unsure of like how to explain, how reliable, you know? Like, is this like will I have my job like from X amount of time? Oh, let me get some water. Yeah, I need to do like more short form content stuff, to be honest. I've just been really busy the past month. Yeah, you definitely shouldn't quit unless you have stuff lined up. Like when my friends like are telling me like I need to quit, they're doing this like because they know like the work is like affecting me negatively. So they're not saying this just like silly. They know it's like I do agree, like I need to get a different job, but at the same time it's just really tough at the minute of how things are. But you know, it's whatever. That's why I do this YouTube stuff. It's like a very much, I originally started doing this YouTube stuff because it was a way for me to have an outlet, in that it was just something I could do to where I had like a nice creative outlet. And then I had health issues that stopped me from doing it. That was annoying, but it's better now, so we're chilling. Why can't I get this right? Dude, I'm actually so fried. Where's my reference? How did I do this in my other model? I think I just have to hack the topology here. Actually, let me have a look. How did I do it in the past? Scary world we live in. It's scary to find, even if people, yeah, it's like really tough now because the economy is like cooked and like corporations are more greedy than ever because like every single corporation's like trying to get, they're all just like trying their hardest to reach the same sort of like revenue they had like around COVID time and stuff like that. Thank you, thank you. This is the thing I'm like remaking. I'm just taking like screenshots so I can see how old me did it. Because like, why reinvent the wheel? Even though I low-key am reinventing the wheel, like I'm remastering it, but like, you know. Ah, dude, PCs are so bad. PCs are so bad, bro, right now. It's cooked. We have to buy like new PCs for work. And I was like telling my boss, I'm like, dude, it's not looking good, gang. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, dude, I check my old models all the time to see how I did it in the past. Reinvent the wheel, fuck it, maybe you'll find a better wheel. True. Hold on, let me... I have a candle on my desk. I want to look-key light this up. Get it twisted. Yes, twin, yes. Dude, it's so cold right now in Australia that I was legit like lighting up a candle so I could put my hand beside it. I think the candle is just straight up dead. Yeah, that wick is not gonna light anymore. Yeah, it's so cold here, bro. And I refuse to use heating. Alright, we're just gonna cut into this, like who gives a shit. Yeah, it's gonna freeze turn blue. You know, Exorcist type shit. Oh, nope, that's lighting. It's winter down here, it messes with my head, it's winter. Yeah, dude. I low-key like winter because it's like, ooh, it's so comfy. I get to snuggle inside my like electric blanket and my bed. But like, brother, it's so, I forget how cold it is, dude. Well, I just gotta push that back. Let me think. Maybe I shouldn't have used the base mesh because I'm like trying to be beholden to the topology, but it's so hard doing this stuff while I'm streaming because like literally when I'm modeling stuff, I'm like the cat drool meme to where like, no thoughts are in my head. I just am like I can't I can't even like, join like Discord with my friends to talk when I'm like doing this stuff because like I need like full focus. I'm like that, like bad. I live in Michigan and the weather can get kind of rough during the winter here. The heat is, it's so funny how like the opposite side people, they're like burning. Meanwhile here, I'm just like freezing my ass off. Do you have your past Twitch streams anywhere? They're lost media. I don't like keep VODs. That's why I'm gonna try stream more on YouTube. Now, so hopefully the VODs will be on here. Like whenever I plan on doing a stream to where I think it's worthwhile to keep the VOD, like I'll probably multi-stream on YouTube so the VODs get kept there. Yeah, that's better. Wait, what's going on here, guys? So yeah, some of it's lost meter, unfortunately. Dude, my lips are so dry. What the? Oh my god, this song is OG. You know what? I'm just gonna like ignore the topology for now and just like do whatever and fix it later. Let's just focus on like getting the shapes right for now. So I think I'm being too precious. Make a 2-hour long video. Yes, it's about. Dude, like I wasn't lying in the YouTube video. I used to like spam video essays so much, but like low key, it's just all slop now. They're all the same, bro. They're so boring. It's like all the same structure, all the same video style. I can't. It's so boring, bro. Well, I'm Discord group chat. Yeah, I can't. Like, it doesn't help that like all my in my friend group, I'm the only one that like does art stuff. So like they're just like playing games, and I'm just like sitting here like doodling and stuff like that. It's like I can't focus. I can't focus. Yeah, there are good ones, but it's just a flood of like garbage, like just garbage. Like how many times do I have to see like the exact same video essay just like done by a different guy, and they're all regurgitating the same shit to where they're all copying from each other? It's just like, dude, it's so just pointless. Like I can't. Yeah, a lot of like video essays are just straight up walkthroughs. Like all the pyrocynical videos, it's just like him regurgitating the game. Like I watched some of them, but like I don't know, I haven't liked his latest ones. They've low-key been like too much like the bit where it's literally just like explaining the game like bar for bar. And they're low-key way too long. To where like I've just been watching more streamers, I suppose. It's just hard though, because I live in Australia, so the time zone is cooked. Everyone's like streams in early morning for me when I'm either asleep or I'm at work. And I primarily work from home, so I can watch the streams like at home and stuff like that. But when I'm like working my day job, I just like listening to music primarily. And there are times where I have to work with audio because I work as a motion designer, which is a fancy way to say animator. So like sometimes I have to like really lock in. Okay, that's cool. Okay, it's looking much better now that I don't really care about the topology, because I'll focus on that later. Yeah, well, like motion design is like a little bit hard to explain because I've done a lot of random stuff. Like I'm trying to think, what can I explain that I've done without like outright doxing myself? Probably not much, but like it's like a lot of random stuff. So motion designers, like, you know, the funny little cool like 3D ads you see. Yo, what's up, Vin? Yeah, so like the web design animations, it can be that. You can do motion design for web. I've done that before. The title sequences you see on like TV shows and stuff like that, I've done that before for a few things. Like that is like a motion design thing. It's just a really, really broad range of things. All the editing and stuff that like the graphics you see on my YouTube videos, that is motion design. So it's like very, very broad, to where it's, you know, a lot of times I just tell people, I just like animate. I'm just a funny little animator, just quirked up. Okay, that is too far. So I don't know, it's quite a broad thing. There's very much like different motion designer builds and like what people do and stuff like that. Quirk Chungus, exactly. there any documentation on swapping the 3D code controls to something like Blender? Yeah, so on 3D code, I'll pull it up so I can explain it. Give me a second. I need water as well. Let me see. Hold on, I'll share my screen properly in a second. Let me try to pull a model up. Okay. Whoa, that's the wrong model. That's the project I'm working on right now. I don't want to leak that. Wait. Hang on, lads. Uh-oh. All right, give me a second. Yeah, I do all my motion graphics in After Effects. There's like no other tool for people. Like no one uses anything else besides like After Effects for motion design generally. There for like web stuff, some people use, I think it's called, people use Cavalry, but it's like, it's okay. For like web design stuff, it's fine. 1 second, lads. I'm trying to find my files. So whenever I'm like working on something, what the fuck? Whenever I'm working on something, like I archive it on my server. What? I've never seen that before. All right, let me switch over here. All right, so with the camera stuff, right? Yeah, we do a little bit of brick NDA. There's not NDA. I just don't want to show it until it's done. So there is like a bunch of things here. What you can do is, I'm trying to remember, I think it's custom navigation. Here's you can change everything to where I have some things here changed, just so it works better when I use my Turo box, right? But I think in preferences and then in viewports, I know for a fact there was like a thing to where there were presets to where I could change it so it would work like ZBrush. Oh, so under custom scheme, you have all these other options here. I personally just prefer how the 3D Coat one does it. The only thing I do is I just make sure it like does the orientation based on where I'm clicking. That's my preference. But yeah, the orientation's a bit different, but I low-key prefer this. This is very much similar to how Cinema 4D works, which is another 3D application. It's not even similar, it's like the exact same here. Yeah, you can use for 3D stuff. The industry standard is to either use Cinema 4D or Houdini. Houdini is like the new hot thing, just because Cinema 4D is falling off. But Houdini is like very technical. Some people use Blender. Like I think if you work in freelance, like probably use Blender. In my opinion, I love Blender, don't get me wrong, but I don't think it's the greatest production software. Cinema 4D and Houdini are just more suited for that sort of thing. So where I'm dealing with a team and have high output deliveries, Cinema 4D and Houdini just absolutely mog Blender any day of the week because they're built for production. It just works better in my opinion. To where I think Blender is just really good for just making art in general. I happen to have 3D Coat 2025 instead of 2024. I don't know how much has changed, but it should be still mostly similar. You just need to get it once, honestly. Like I have 2024 and I'm not switching over for the longest time. Because I don't really need all those extra things that they come out with, really. Let's say I have like Substance Paint and Substance Designer. I have the exact same, I think I had like a 2013 or 2024 version on Steam. Dude, it's so funny to me that Cinema 4D is what people use for Minecraft music videos. It makes no sense to me. Because Cinema 4D is awful for character animation. Like, whenever character animation's involved, generally people just use Maya in the industry, and they might port it over to Cinema for like the final like render. But like, yeah, dude, it's funny as that for some reason it's like used a lot in Minecraft like animations. And I don't know why. I also remember my first ever 3D tutorial I did when I was a kid was making a Pokeball in Cinema 4D for some reason. I don't know why. I think because Cinema 4D used to be easily, like really easy to borrow online, maybe. But yeah, it's horrible for character stuff. in my humble opinion. But it's great for motion design stuff. It's really good. Like, I still use it. Some things are a little bit too quirked up, but yeah. Hey, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in, Equity. I was considering buying Substance Painter, but I decided to hold off, and I'm kind of glad. Yeah, Substance Painter is really good for like when you're doing realistic stuff. Like, I use it at work quite regularly when I have to, because like I do a lot of 3D motion design. That's my primary thing, and it's very different from what I do here. It's like all not hyper real, but more realistic style of things. So I use 3D Painter and not 3D Painter, Substance Painter and Substance Designer at work whenever I have to like custom make stuff that we can't like find online. But I don't like pay the monthly. I just have a perpetual on Steam. The fancy updates are kind of good. Like, I'm surprised Adobe bought out Substance and they actually update their software. I was like, whoa, you guys actually updating your stuff? Hey, it's going, Nep. How's it going? Yeah, this stream will be kept up as long as YouTube doesn't take it down. Should be kept up. Stylized realism. Yeah, it's good for stylized realism and stuff like that as well. I just find it's like, well, like I don't really use it for the stuff I do online because it's like hand painting and Substance Painter is like, I can't do it, gang. I don't like it. It's a little bit too annoying. It's like really good with the procedural stuff. Substance Painter and Designer. It's very, very, very good. I think you can do that stuff in 3D code as well, maybe, but like, oh, can you? I might be thinking of Mari. But yeah, that's just my personal preference. Boo, boo, boo. Lol, I remember thinking, oh, I'm like model so much, but I forgot like how distracted I get when I model. Okay, let's give her the skirt so I can so I can like change the color of things. Hey, much love, appreciate the stuff. You put up a bunch as someone, hey, no worries. Glad that the stuff I've been putting out's been helpful. Like, yeah, this stream will probably be a little bit short because of my elbow issues, so I'll probably stream for another like 2 hours. Plus, I have to do like other work later today. Does Fall Out Boy still make music? Dude, I used to spam that shit all the time when I was younger. Okay. Shade. Why? Do you model other styles? Not recently, but I used to do a lot of sculpting and stuff like that. Like with character stuff, I was initially really into sculpting. To where I discovered low poly stuff, and then I just found that I was just better at doing this sort of thing, and kind of just like stuck to it. I kind of want to experiment. Oh, because they're not the same normals. I kind of want to experiment though, doing like some cell shaded stuff potentially. Because this is kind of like already close to it. Do you make clothing from the body? Yeah, I just like build off from the body. Just as a starting point. I have a question. I'm trying to add bones to a character's skirt. How would you attach bones? Is there a tutorial you could recommend? I'm not sure about tutorials, but there's like a lot of ways you can do it. Let me just have a look at some of my old stuff quickly. Oh my god, my lips are so dry. It's so annoying. You could try cloth sim. I personally like doing everything by bones. I hate simming cloth. It's like really frustrating. So like the way I would do it is, I'm trying to think. Let me have a look at my Twitter to see like some of my old stuff, to see if I have any character with like a skirt. I can so I can sort of show you how I would do it. Oh, I have like an old made mint model I can pull up. Yeah, let me pull that up. Give me a second. Ah! I hit my monitor! Grabbing water. Where would it be on my server? It's at 2024. Is it 2025? Boom. All right, this is kind of old, but I can explain how I would do it because I'm pretty sure I have the skirt rigged here. Okay, yeah, so I do have the skirt rigged here. The way I've sort of done it is, let me just grab the skirt bones only. So I just have bones at each corner here. So I have 4 bones in total, 2 in the middle, back and front, 1 on the side. With low poly stuff, I don't like adding too many bones. The only times I will add a lot of bones is if I plan for it to be like a VR chat model. So I want like live physics on it. If I were to do it, right, I would put like a bone at each like second edge. So I would have bone here, bone here. Ooh. How can I make this drawer on top? Tool. You got surface. So I would have a bone here, bone here, bone here, bone here. Just doing it every single like next one. Just so you have like more control on that. But yeah, so I have these bones here. That's just like one long bone attached down to the middle. You could add like a secondary one here, so you have a bit more control of the shape. And then I have this up here that's just the master that controls all the bones entirely. It does help that Made Mint's like skirt is like quite round and stuff like that. But I think when you're placing your bones and stuff like that, you kind of just want to do, if it's like a complex like skirt with like a lot of ruffles and stuff like that, you kind of just want to do it in the general position. So let's say this had like for example, I have like frills here. If I were to place bones here, I would still just like place it in the middle, like roughly. It doesn't have to be exact. You kind of just want to imagine the mesh as a simplified object, and then place bones like based on that. Which is probably me explaining it really, really poorly, but like, yeah, like try to like I would recommend, like when you're doing this, to just test. Like plop in some bones, do like a really quick rough weight paint job and see like how it interacts with the mesh. Because when I'm rigging stuff, I'm not like rigging the whole character. Sorry, excuse me. I'm not rigging the whole character and then just weight painting and I'm done. I'm plotting in bones and then testing how it works, seeing if that's a good setup, and then continuing on. It's very much an iterative process for me. Do you draw as well? Like the textures you do, very clean. I don't really draw, so like I can... Look, if I'm drawing something front on, I can do that. If anything is besides a front end, like a front on pose, I'm absolutely cooked. I cannot... I'm pretty bad at drawing. For example, like I drew like the concept art for this and like the side and front references, but anything that is in perspective or in a pose, I can't do. But I am trying to learn how to draw. I decided like, it could be fun to do. Hey, welcome back, Bunny. Do you then animate the skirt manually or use collision bones and stuff like that? So generally, what I actually do is I don't normally animate the skirt manually. I think for some models I will, because if we look at this model here, the skirt is quite like round, and that's generally going to be like the shape it's always going to be. That's why I don't have a lot of bones here, because it's quite like fluffy, right? So it's not going to be as flowy. If it's something that flows quite a lot, like for example, on my character here with the design, this will probably have a lot more flow, to where I might just like plot in more bones, and then I wouldn't animate it manually. I'd actually use physics. So there's a few add-ons you can use. I'm scared this might crash, but we'll see. So for the hair on this entire model, it's all like physics. So hopefully this doesn't crash. So as you can see, it's like all like physics. So I'm like never animating that stuff manually. Like I still have the option, but like, you know, I'll often just get a sim from this, bake it down, and then tweak it from there. And I will do that as well to some clothing bits, to where I'm just like, I can't be bothered like animating manually. Sometimes I will though, depending on like the thing, but I'm a pretty bad animator for characters, so I rely a lot on physics sims and stuff like that. So I just put like physics sims on the bones and stuff like that. Same way, like I can do the front and sides, but I can't. Yeah, I'm just not the greatest of artists, but I get by. It's like I'm fine enough to survive. But I do want to get better so I can do more concept stuff like more easily, because to draw this took me forever. I hate like designing. I would love to be able to design OCs and stuff like that, but this was like, dude, a struggle. This was a real struggle, because like I can't really draw, and character design it turns out it's tough. Hold on, I might switch to standing. I have a standing desk. I'm just gonna switch to standing, so things might get scuffed for a second. Okay, this should be better. Yeah, because like with the nerve damage in my elbow, thankfully I have a standing desk, so it's like I can alleviate it, but it's nice. This did cost me a lot of money though. Whatever, tax write-off, I guess. So funny enough, you mentioning, I'm sorry, I'm late replying to this, you switching to Blender 5.1 for certain add-ons. I didn't switch to Blender 5.1 for the longest time because I couldn't be stuffed switching my add-ons over. Currently trying to make a new character base from scratch in Critter and not be stuck on, oh, that's cool. I thought about doing that. Like making my own models for Clip Studio, but I couldn't be bothered. I ended up just buying some dude's model. Cause I'm trying to learn how to draw. I'm gonna try see if I can if I have time today to draw like off stream. Cause I have to do some work on like a VTuber model. So we'll see how much spare time I have today. But I really do want to get better at drawing. It's just really hard for me. It's hard to stay motivated. It's my thing, because I'm really bad at it. I'm really bad at it, so it's just like demotivating. I forgot like how much it sucks to be shitty at something. And then also at the same time, I'm like, oh, am I like wasting my time here? I haven't posted anything on Twitter in ages. But it could make a fun like video in the future, like me learning how to draw and stuff like that. I'm also just really bad at learning things nowadays. I have zero patience. Like my ADHD is like at maximum peak. Ooh, I should probably recalibrate my stuff. Have a file for modeling projects I want to do and don't know where I want to start. Yeah, it's kind of like that one. Being struggling starting on stuff. How do you even make a VTuber model in Blender? I thought they were all drawings. Yeah, so this is like you can make 3D and 2D ones. So this little guy here is 3D. It's a whole process. It's quite complex to explain, but like you essentially just more or less build the model in a 3D app like Blender, and then you put it over to Unity, which is a game engine, and then you from there like then build stuff so it would work in all the 3D apps, because all the 3D VTuber apps primarily use Unity as the base. So it's like a bit of an ordeal. Yeah, you have to sell your soul to Unity. I don't like using Unity either. It is awful. But so are almost every game engine. I want to learn Godot. I've experienced a lot of experience in Unreal Engine from work, but I don't want to fuck with it after they did the blueprint change. Like I can code in C++ like okay, but the fact that they did that really has me concerned, because it's like that is like a huge thing to just drop. They have a giant amount of the user base only using Blueprint. To just drop that is like insane to me. And I feel like the reason they did it is because it's easier to vibe code using Verse, which is like, ugh. But yeah, I want to look into Godot. That is going to be a future video for sure. I should draw just to love the game, but I need ulterior motives to get into something. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that. I think initially, like I don't know. I don't like. I get asked all the time if I'm gonna do like. I get asked. People like send me really weird DMs, more or less just telling me to make Guna stuff. But I don't know. I don't really like doing Guna 3D stuff. Like I don't want to make NSFW like 3D art, because it's just, to me it's just L goons. Like I won't make something good because I just prefer making cute stuff. And I don't know, I just don't really have much fun making that kind of stuff. I don't really like, I don't really care about people doing it or not. Just me personally, I don't really have much joy in making it. But I used to get a ridiculous amount of DMs on the regular, telling people asking me to do it. It was the weirdest shit ever. So funny, bro. But people are just way too gooned up. Yeah, they want low poly. Dude, you'd be like, you'd be surprised at the kind of DMs I got after I made like one post of like OC of mine. I got like a million like DM requests of like join the dark side, and then people DM me saying like make it shake and stuff like that. I'm just like, this is wild, bro. This is wild. Like, I had a lot of creepy messages. I'm just like, this is odd. Like, there is a video, someone reposted something I made on like YouTube Shorts or whatever of like my stuff, and the full comment section is like people begging me to either join the dark side or like stay pure. It's the funniest shit, bro. I like checking that video every now and then because it has like, he got like a million views off it or something. That's so funny, bro, the comments. Kind of annoying, he just reposted my stuff, but he did credit me, I guess. Shake them quads. Dude, shake them polys. So funny. Okay, this is not how I want it to be, but actually, it's not too bad. Yeah, I mean, it was a big, I don't know what was, where my phone's going. Oh my God, guys. Dude, I have the KFC app on my phone. I get spammed by it like every single day. Maybe I get KFC today. I do need to have a little bit of celebration now that I'm on less medication for my my shiz. So I need a nice feast today, I think. But it's so cold. I don't want to go out and walk and get KFC. I'm not getting delivery. It's too expensive. Dude, I love KFC, bro. Like, I feel so bad for you guys in the States. Like, you guys don't have, like, the Zinger bento that we have here in Australia. Unlucky. Unlucky! But like, the issue of KFC, it's like really expensive unless you get the deals. Dude, I have to, bro. We don't got like, you guys got crazy food. We gotta take out wins every now and then. Oh my God, did you guys hear my stomach? Oh my God, it literally just went off. I haven't eaten yet today. Oh my God. Every time I feel in the States, I look, you think of Arby's. That's like one thing like I really want to try. I know people say it's like horrible, but dude, I feel like I'd fuck with it. Oh my God, I just remembered a crazy story. I have to piss soon, so I'll play ads in a second. But I need to tell this story. I was at a Subway yesterday. I got like a cheeky little sub. Brother, the person before me, she ordered a 6-inch, so a half sub, white bread. This is not a bit, I'm not making this up. She bar for bar ordered, yeah, can I get a 6-inch sub or whatever it's called, white, no meat, salad, no salt, no pepper, no sauce, no cheese. It literally only had lettuce, tomato, onion. That was her sub. No salt, no pepper, no sauce, no cheese, no meat. What? Dude, that's not even an order. That's not even a meal. That's like a donation to the shareholders of Subway. I was so shocked. I was like, is this a bit? But no, she was full legit. And I gotta give to the guy behind the counter. He wasn't even phased. She only got salad, onion, and tomato. I don't even know there was tomato in it. And bread. What are we doing? I don't even know how much that cost either. I'm like, bro, what a waste of money. Insane. Yeah, a salad with bread. I was stun locked. And the fact she said no to salt and pepper, I was like, what? I was trying really hard not to break laughing, because I was just like, I heard this shit and I was like, nah, like, you can't be real, right? Like, oh, dude, I couldn't. I was so shocked. I don't normally get salt and pepper on my subs, to be like, TBH. Oh, I feel like, I don't know, Subway, like, I can't even tell when they put salt and pepper and when they don't. All right, the Subway here is pretty mid. How much, like, okay, the one thing I really hate about Australia is, okay, there's many things. But like, yeah, she might be too healthy. Like, dude, it was fried. But the thing is, like, right next door, it's like a salad place. Hey, thank you, X. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Oh my God, it's our first super chat ever. W-Mans. Oh, I have the... I didn't even know I had the fucking streamer bot thing working. Yeah, well, I don't stream on YouTube. Hey, what was I gonna say? There's a salad place right next to Subway. You get like a better salad for cheaper than, like, I was so shocked, bro. I was literally stun locked. Like, what are we doing? Oh, what I was just saying is, in Australia, we don't really have like subculture. So I think it's like Jersey Mike's for you guys. We don't have stuff like that. Subway is the only like sandwich place that we really have. And we don't have glizzy culture here. Like, we don't really have hot dog culture. Like, we have bunning snags where it's like a sausage on bread with onions and then whatever sauce you want. It's like a fundraiser we do here at Bunnings, to where like they run it like every, I think, weekend or something like that. To where it used to be like $2 for a glizzy. But like inflation. That is a crazy, I've never heard, dude, glizzy gladiator. I'm fucking, dude, that is the funniest shit I've ever read. I'm gonna be telling my coworkers I'm a glizzy gladiator. So yap about that shit all the time. We don't have like hot dog culture here. It sucks. We just have the sausage sizzles and stuff like that. Yeah, we have pizza here. Although, so I'm like half Italian. I'm really picky about my pizza. So we have like Italian, like I call it fast food, but like it's like pizza shops and stuff like that. But it's like low-key mid. It's like there's a difference between like a New York style kind of pizza compared to the pizza you get here regularly. It's a bit slop, to where like I don't really. Look, sometimes it's like nice kind of getting, but like the regular kind of pizza we have here. But yeah, it's a little bit of a guilty pleasure of mine. I don't really like it as much compared to like a wood fire pizza, like a New York style. Yeah. Have you seen Altona style pizza? Take a look. I'm sure you'll be impressed. Bro, I'm about to get so hungry. Let me have a look. I'll pull it up in a second. Altona. I think I have, actually. Dude, that looks good, though. I think I have... Wait, let's type America. Is it just like, it's like thin? think I have had this before. Cause there's like there's a place in the city where I lived where I like do like a bunch of American styles. Cause like this looks pretty busting. It's like, what's the sort of difference with like other pizzas? Wait, is Altona style the one where it's like thick? Cause I'm in Australia, so I'm getting Australian search results. So this shit's fried. It's like thick. How to explain this? Wait, I'll just pull up my stream. Wait, let me grab an image. Yeah, deep dish. That's the phrase. That's the phrase. Yes, I've had this. I've had this before. God, English is my first language, but I like to pretend it's my second. Yeah, I've had like deep dish before. Oh, you're saying it's, okay. So this is it, right? This is it. I haven't had this before. Haven't had this, but this looks busting. Is this it? Is this not it? I don't know pizza, guys. All I know is deep dish, New York. That's it. Okay, that's it. Okay. Hey, how's it going, Sensor? Haven't had this before. I've only had New York style deep dish, wood fire, and like Australian, I suppose, like our slop. Let me put you guys in some crazy stuff. Let me put you guys in some crazy stuff. Have you guys heard of an Aussie pizza before? I'm trying to bring this shit back, gang. Okay, let me pull up a pristine picture. And then let me pull up what it normally looks like. Hold on. So when I say Aussie pizza, what do you guys think of? Like, what do you think would be on an Aussie pizza? Because I'm telling you now, you're not gonna get it right. It sounds gross. It kind of is. Nah, no kangaroo meat, no crocodile. I love I love people immediately assume crocodile, alligator. No. All right, let me show you. So an Aussie pizza is this. It's basically just ham cheese pizza, but with egg. So normally, some places will spread the egg across the white bits is egg. So some people will crack it and then it does look like that. It does. Some people will crack it open and then spread the egg around it, but most often enough, this looks really bad. But I swear to you, it's good. I swear to you, it's good. They'll put they'll crack an egg in the middle. But I swear to you, it's good. I swear. I might get an Aussie pizza after stream. Not every place does it because it's kind of annoying. But dude, I'm telling you, the egg, you taste the egg. If it's a proper joint, you taste the egg and you're like, ooh, shit, I kind of fuck with it. It's good, gang. If they do it wrong, if they don't cook the egg enough, it'll be runny and gross. I suppose it might get a bit soggy if they fuck it up. As long as there's enough ham at the bottom and cheese to where it doesn't soak into the bread, it's good. Dude, I have thought about doing a cooking stream. I'm thinking about doing a series where I cook something and then I make a low poly model of what I've cooked. But I would want to record me cooking, and then I have a really shitty kitchen setup. It'd be a whole hassle to set up and film. Yeah, the appearance is horrible, but it's, dude, busting. I'm telling you, it's just if it's done right, it's good. When it's done bad is when the egg seeps into the bread and it gets soggy, or the egg isn't cooked. But it's so good. If you have a nice stack of ham, so it doesn't seep into the crust, it's proper. This looks horrible, but this is how it doesn't generally look like this, but like usually they'll just slap an egg in the middle and they won't swirl it around. But dude, it's good. I forgot how much I loved Aussie pizzas until recently. I got one on impulse, and I was like, fuck, this is bussing. Domino's used to have it. My favorite combo is, hold on, let me see if I can find an image of this. So I really miss what was it called? I deadass really just Googled pizza twice. So I don't know if you guys have this in the States. I don't think we have it anymore. Puff crust. I love puff crust from Domino's. So good, bro. Take your meds. I can't, man. I'm off that shit now, gang. I can eat what I want as well. No, I'm not gonna find the picture. But I used to really love getting puff pastry as like the crust from Domino's, and then getting an Aussie pizza. They don't do either anymore, but that was like my favorite thing as a kid. And yes, I agree. Domino's is like dog water. It's not pizza, but goddamn, is it like, it hits sometimes. It's like a guilty pleasure. It's like, I don't really like calling it pizza because it's kind of slop, but like, dude, when it hits, it hits. And on that note, dude, I'm like riled up now. I'm gonna take a quick piss, so I'll be back in a second. Domino's fell off, gang. It just fell off. That's what's happened. It just fell off. I'll be back. I'm just gonna take a quick piss. Okay. Oh my god, it's so cold. It's too cold, man. Of course, I'll wash my hands, even though it's freezing as shit. Come on, guys. Do I seem like someone who wouldn't wash their hands? Don't answer that. Don't answer that, please. Oh my god. It's so cold. My hands are so cold. Have you modeled a car before? I don't think so. I think I tried to at one point, and then it was like, nah, gee, I'm just gonna download the model for this. I don't really model too much hard surface stuff. Yeah, it's like blistering in some places, like the UK, the States. You're getting fried. I gotta deal with that shit every summer in Australia. Huh? Ads start in... I just played ads! What do you mean? Okay, thank you, Twitch. Do you make all your models off the same base mesh? Yeah, the one I use in Twitter, I use that for everything now. I use it for the Sachi model. This is the same base mesh with a bit different topology, and I use the same one I have in Twitter on the new project I'm working on, like the new VTuber thing I'm doing. The only difference between this one is that I've changed the way the topology of okay, I'll try to think of something funny to say. I couldn't think of anything funny to say. Yeah, I just changed the topology of our ass, basically. So the UVs are nicer. Because I have two setups. I have one where it is the undercarriage. That's a good way to put it, thank you. The one I have in Twitter where it's just more uniform, and I have this custom setup where it's just for the undercarriage. I literally just played ads and it's playing ads again. Okay. I'm not sure why that's the case, but thank you, Twitch. Dude, my lips are so dry. I need to get some lip balm. Hold on. I need to open my drawer. Holy shit. Yeah, I have to play ads on Twitch. Otherwise, I get pre-rolls. So whenever you click on a stream, an ad will play. So I have to play ads throughout. It's really annoying. If I see a pre-roll on Twitch, I click off the stream. And to be honest, I wish I could just turn off ads across the board on Twitch, because the ad money is useless for a channel as small as mine. It's more of a deterrent, if anything. But I don't know why it's playing ads, because I literally just played ads when I went to go take a piss. But I don't know. I'm going to change my settings so the ads are longer, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I'm really bad at streaming stuff now. So I used to stream a little bit in the past, but not too often. That's why I watch on YouTube. Thank you, by the way, for going for no music on YouTube, so I can listen to my own music this way. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I don't know if they got patched or not. I wouldn't be surprised. I remember they got patched. I wouldn't be surprised if it got patched and then slowly added back to normal. But I don't want to ever put a politics tag on, because I never want to talk about politics ever. Because I don't want anyone asking me shit about politics. I couldn't care less. If I have anyone talk about politics, I won't outright ban them, but if they keep on talking about it, it will be an inevitable ban. I don't want to talk about politics. I'm just a silly Australian man. I don't know anything, and I don't really care too much. What do you find your references? Okay, the references is a funny thing. There's a few ways to do it. So a lot of it's just through Twitter. So on Twitter, I'll just follow or see cool artists I like, and then we'll just bookmark stuff. So then in my Twitter bookmarks, I have a collection of stuff, and I will usually save it so I can properly organize things. I don't know, I can't show it on stream because I don't want to get cooked. Hold on, I can show something. So I have an app called, you all probably know what this is already, but if you don't know, it's called PureRef. This is essentially just a nice reference app. So I will have a bunch of things that I will save and collect and put it into a PureRef board and organize it through here. That's kind of nice, but it is annoying to find and collect stuff. To where the primary resources I use is stuff on Twitter or Google, sometimes Pinterest, but Pinterest, PureRef is an app. So that's the app that I use to place all my references to organize, right? Because I usually save a lot of images. But I primarily use Twitter for stuff or Google. Specifically, when I use Google, I change the search options so it searches from before AI existed. Because if you search for stuff in Google now, you'll just get AI generated slop. So that is a hack that I do. I just change the filter to search before a certain year. Sometimes I'll check Pinterest, but Pinterest is super shitty now because it's just AI slop and a lot of it's just gone from it. Adding money, I didn't know that. I haven't tried that. I've just been doing the bloody like before the year thing. Like when I was, it was really hard grabbing references for the Sachi animation because I was trying to find like the back references for the background, to where I could only make it work by doing before like AI existed. But yeah, that's kind of how I do it. It's really tough now because it's hard to find things because it's just bloated with so much garbage. So yeah, it's a little bit annoying. Is the AI add-on for Blender even good or helpful in any way? I don't know. I think, is that the one, what's his name? There was like some like Blender guy made like an AI add-on. I don't use any of that sort of stuff. Like, my opinions aside about AI being dog shit, I wouldn't want to use like an AI app for learning how to use Blender and stuff like that, because it's just going to go schizo and make stuff up. And dude, I'm like, I feel like if you really need to have like some things you're just better off learning on your own. You shouldn't be having like everything like holding your hand through it. I don't really like that stuff because you're going to be too over reliant on that thing. You're going to be like using it for everything you do. Yeah, Pinterest has introduced some ways to reduce AI. I've noticed it's a lot less now. They only added that because they had a massive copyright issue like a few months back, where the whole site was down at some point. I think it was like an EU thing or something that happened. Slightly off topic, question, you know how models in video games remove certain parts of a mesh for optimization? When would you plan to restore those meshes? How would you prefer to go about it? Would you rather do it by filling up empty parts, or would you reconstruct the surrounding cuts to make up your own? Yeah, so what I would probably do is, instead of me like outright deleting it, I would just hide it. So I'd still keep it in my scene. I could just reconstruct it. But for example, the head here, if I was putting this into a game, I would like delete this like top bit, right? But I would probably just like honestly just separate it as a separate mesh. So it's still in the scene, I can pull it back in. Like the current project I'm working on, the character, you never see their hands because they're hidden with their jumper, but I still have like a hand model in there. It's just hidden and I don't really export it, but I can if I need to. When in doubt, just watch YouTube tutorial. It's better than using AI to learn it for you. Treat AI as a tool, not, yeah, it's just a tool. Like, I feel like nowadays people are so over reliant on AI. It's like really funny. Like when I see a message, or it happens a lot on Reddit. I think it's mostly bots, but sometimes you will see the most chat GPT ass like message ever, and it's the funniest shit, bro. Because it's just the way they phrase it and stuff like that. It's so funny to me. But people are so over reliant on it. It's insane. Like, I feel like it's such a bad habit as well to be that insanely reliant on it. Where you can't like, you probably can't function without it. How do you make your fingers and feet? I fail every time. Hello, I'll explain that in a second. Hello, be interested in your lines for the model. I noticed you use tries in some areas and poles or loops could help. What's your method for that? Yep, I'll explain that one first quickly. So I have a lot of triangles and stuff like that in my mesh. There's a few reasons why I use them. One reason why I use triangles, if I want to terminate an edge For example here, I want to keep, I don't need too much detail on the arm here. I am fine with it just being, just let me see, having 8 edges to have the loop. So I'm fine with that. So I don't want the extra detail there, but I need this to connect to the neck nicely. So I basically put in a triangle here to cut off this edge from continuing because I don't really need it. So I'll use it sometimes for that to just make things join. For example, here, I need this ear to join to the head. So I put a triangle in here so it can connect with the rest of the mesh without me adding unnecessary loops. Another reason why I add triangles is for deformation improvement, which I can show with the Sachi model. So on the fingers, I have triangles because it's going to help, you know, alleviate the stress here and cause for a nicer deformation with the fingers. So that is kind of why I have like triangles and stuff like that in my mesh. As far as how I make the fingers and feet, essentially I simplify it into, how to explain this? I just break them up into shapes. So if I pull out the annotation here, let's ignore the topology for now, right? And let's just break this up. So if you think about the hands, right? It's really comprised up of 2 primary shapes. For the palm, it's just a cube. And so is the fingers, it's also just a cube. So when I mull it out, I build iteratively. I just literally import a simple cube. I slowly will subdivide it to add more detail so I can shape things out and better position things. And with the fingers in particular, I'll build out one finger and then I will copy paste the same finger across all the other ones, but I will just stretch and scale them up to form the rest of the hand. That's my general process for making it. It's just really about sort of simplifying things. It's like similar in drawing, like when you're drawing, you're kind of like, you're building the construction. I do the same with like modeling. I break everything up. So I'm not just going like, I'm not sort of, how to give an example of what I want to. So when I'm like modeling the hands, right, I'm not like going from like loop to build it out. I'm slowly building it larger shapes, adding more detail as I go, and then I'm eventually going to combine and join everything together later. Yeah, the base model I shared isn't rigged. I actually haven't built a rig for that. Even like for me personally, my personal use, I don't have a rig for my base mesh because I haven't bothered to because I feel like it's unnecessary, because when I'm using it, the rig's going to be destroyed anyway because I'm going to essentially like tear apart the base mesh to make the character. What about the thumb? The thumb's the exact sort of same setup. So if you look at the topology here, it is almost the exact same as the finger. So I'm literally just like copy pasting the finger here, smushing it up and then fastening it to place here for the thumb. And then like I'm just joining and connecting it to the palm. I'm like, for this connection here, I don't really care about topology as long as it's like nothing too crazy. Like I have triangles here to like join it. But like, you know, as long as it's sort of clean enough, it's fine because there's not a lot of deformation at like the palm. So that part doesn't matter too much. Like you don't really care too much about edge loops for that. Have you done any time lapses? I think on Twitter, I have a few. I have a time lapse of an older stream. But like there is no like full character time lapses because they're too long. Because for me to do a full character, so it takes me a long time. I can pull up the exact hours I have in one of my characters because I actually logged the entire time. Let me pull up my phone to see that. 1 second, guys. So let me see, commissions. So the last VTuber model I did was around like 96 hours in total. So that's like a lot to put in a time lapse. The modeling for it was around 21 hours. UV wrapping was like 7 hours, and the rest of that is like texturing and then like rigging and stuff like that. So it's a little bit hard to make a time lapse that doesn't go for like an hour because it's like so many hours. I'll be like 10xing the speed, and at that point it's like a mess. Hey, I've been curious about this kind of low poly model. How do you handle wrist and ankle twists? Is it a normal twist system like for other rigs, or you'd use? Yeah, so I use like twist bones. So if I go to the Sachi rig, should I save? No. So I use AutoRig Pro for my rigs, and what it does by default is it will add in twist bones. So, okay, that's kind of bad. Weight painting there. So if I go into AutoRig Pro and then I click on this, so it's going to show me only the deformation bones. You can see here that there are basically four bones to control. So the AutoRig Pro by default, we use twist bones to help it. So it's sort of like correction bones. In like Blender, you don't really need to do this because there's like a, sorry, excuse me, there's like a modifier, a setting you can enable. But for game engines, like you need to have these twist bones. Otherwise the wrist is just going to collapse into itself when it twists. Sorry, I was just getting water. That's an interesting method for sure. Said models are looking amazing either way. Oh, thank you. Dude, Conker's Bad Fur Day was so goated, bro. That's one of my favorite games growing up as a child, even though it was like way too old for me. I know people really hated the remake on, what was it, Xbox? But the multiplayer for it was so fun. Yeah, I use other 3D software quite often at my day job. My primary tool at work is Cinema 4D. I've used a lot of stuff. I've used Maya, Houdini, Cinema 4D, Blender. Those are like the 3D specific ones that I'm most well versed in. I feel like I'm pretty bad at Houdini, but it's like I can get around it. It's okay. As far as building things Houdini and cool setups, like probably not the greatest at, but I can get around it. But the primary tool I use at work is Cinema 4D. But I've used a lot of random stuff, like I've used like Mari, for example, before, back when I used to do more realistic text characters and stuff like that. Mari was really good. It's insanely expensive though, like insanely pricey, like holy moly. But that being said, the free version's not too bad, I guess. Like the fact they have like a free version is quite nice. Alrighty, let's, what are we doing with her? We're giving her a skirt, I think. I've been loving 3D and modeling, sculpting, textures, even rigging. It's insanely fun to explore and learn as I go. Nice. It is a bit fun, 3D. It's like, it's quite technical, but once you get past it, it's like really quite enjoyable. How many hours we at? Almost 3? Okay. Go on for a little bit longer, and then I'm gonna have to wrap it up because I gotta do other work off stream, and I need to get. What time is it? It's way too early for pizza. It's only like 12:30. I don't think the place will be open. Might have to walk down the street and get something. I don't know what though. We talked about pizza. I kind of want to get pizza, but I don't really want. Maybe I just want to get delivery. Is there another MSI game tonight? There isn't, right? It's like not until tomorrow. I need to search this. MSI League of Legends. Schedule. How do you even get into the industry of 3D software and stuff like that? How to explain? Well, honestly, a lot of it's like who you know. So my best advice if you're trying to get into like a creative industry, if you're like a shithead or just a all-around like annoying or rude dude, you're not gonna get anywhere. It's very much of like, it's not a complete nepo system how I might be making it out to be, but it definitely helps knowing people. I really recommend, as annoying as it is, networking with people. If you have networking events like in your like area and stuff like that, go to them. Like it's so much of like who you know as opposed to having just like a stellar folio. If you have a crazy cool folio, like, yeah, it's like good, but like if no one knows who you are, it's a little bit like, it's hard because it's like, I'm much more likely, if I'm like hiring someone, I'm much more likely to pick somebody who I know of who is a chill person and trustworthy than like some like random guy sort of thing, even if their folio is a little bit worse, because it's that thing to where 3D, it's like very much when employers think that you can always be trained on the job, especially in a lower entry position, you can always get trained on the job. So it's very important that your attitude and like your personality isn't just like really bad. So I recommend networking a lot. It's very much of like an industry based on who you know and stuff like that, because it's also a very stressful field to work in. Like if I want to make sure whoever I am working with is going to be chill and like an all-around good person. I don't want to work with a shithead no matter how good they are, right? There's very few people that can warrant that, and the only sort of people who can do that is when they're really high up in the totem pole and they're really respected, like they're really high end. But for entry stuff, it's more so about like personality, I suppose, and like willingness to learn and whatnot. But I recommend networking and stuff like that. It's like a must. And ensuring you have a good enough and diverse enough portfolio. Anyways, have a great day. Hey, no worries. Hope you have a great rest of the day. Thank you for stopping by. The only portfolio I have is voxel weapons. Yeah, your folio is important. Like, don't be wrong. Like when I say, you know, who you are as a person and networking is really important, your folio is also important, because you could have great vibes, but like if your folio ain't there, like we can't really get you sort of thing. So I think it's with your folio, it's also one important tip that I think people miss out on, and I didn't realize as well myself when I first started applying for work, is that in your folio, don't just have student projects. So projects, hey, no worries, thanks for stopping by, Ruben. Hope you have a great rest of your day. With your folio, right, it's important not just to have projects you did in university, but also personal projects. Because like, if someone sees you just have like a project you did in university and then no personal projects, they might see this just like, oh, he's not too passionate or whatever. And also university projects aren't usually the best, because it's like when you're doing a university project, you're doing it to the criteria of that assignment. So that might not necessarily make the best outcome. So I recommend building a portfolio that is doesn't just have school stuff, but also personal projects, and try to keep it consistent in that you don't want like a million different things. Like if you're like applying for like a character like modeling like job or role, don't like have a folio that has like random like 2D illustration stuff like that, because like the what are they called? The recruiter ain't looking at that. They're looking for your just pure 3D skills. Because the person who's gonna scout you first is gonna be a recruiter, not like a senior like artist or stuff like that. So the recruiter is like the first wall. You went to that kind of 3D art uni. Yeah, so I studied a bachelor design majoring in digital media design. So I didn't like do 3D. I did design first, and I took like one course on 3D. How old are you, if you don't mind answering? Yeah, I am. How old am I? I think I'm 29. I forget. Like, I always forget like how old I am. I'm pretty sure I'm 29. Yeah, I'm 29. I'm not like 30 yet. I haven't hit like a gigantic unk yet. But yeah, I just studied like a normal bachelor's, but like design, it's a creative field. It's all kind of similar. Because it's like creative is a bit different as to other workplaces, and to where it's a little bit harder to like gauge if someone's like a right fit sort of thing. Quite a long question, because I'm about to start looking for a job in the industry, and I'm kind of stressful based on what I experienced at uni. Yeah, go ahead. I'm down to answer wherever I can. Oh my god, I love hydrating. Like, when you're first like starting out, the hardest thing is getting the first job, to be honest. That is the hardest bit, but once you get the first job, it does get easier. It's not super easy. It's still really hard because of like the industry, but yeah. So basically, I'm a 3D character animator. I've been animating for 11 years now. I was a freelance before university. Do you do commissions? No, currently I don't do commissions. I might do commissions for a little bit towards the end of the year. But as of now, no. There might be a period where I might need to do commissions at some point. Thinking about it now. If I do have to get like elbow surgery, I might have to do commissions. I don't know how much it's going to cost. But at the minute, no. This was a good stream. Felt like my brain expanded a lot. I gotta head out. Have a good night, boss. Hey, thank you for stopping by, Nepgenesis. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your day. Yeah, my elbow's okay. I have like slight nerve damage apparently, to where I'm currently just rehabbing it to see if I don't have to do surgery for it. It's like a 50-50 on whether or not, but it's nothing too serious. I don't think, or either that, my doctor is keeping a strong face, so I don't worry. But like, it should be fine. If I do have to like get work on it, it's gonna be funny, I suppose. My last year at uni was chaotic. I was the lead of my graduation movie, had to manage a team of 12 artists, total of 44 persons, including everyone, and that was pure hell. Had a huge burnout after this. Yeah, I had burnout after my studying as well, because I have like pretty bad anxiety, and I didn't really realize how bad my anxiety was until like, honestly, way too late, like way after uni. I didn't realize I had really bad anxiety until like relatively recently, to where like I would suggest if you're feeling huge burnout from that experience, take a little break. Do you know Spanish? No, I only speak English, unfortunately. I wish I knew other languages. Like, I wish I could speak like Tagalog or like Italian, like, because I'm half Filipino and half Italian. But no, I only speak English, unfortunately. I'd love to learn another language, but I don't think I have the free time for it. It's like a lot to get into. I've tried like learning Japanese. It was really fun, but it's just the studying is like so difficult with my free time. And now I'm really scared about the reality of the industry. If people are the same, if the pressure is the same, or if it's only a uni thing. Yeah, well, the industry is, there's a lot of crunch. It's just kind of like how it is. It depends what studio you work at as well. Some are worse than others, but it's also, keep in mind, like, this is like university work. So when you're going to be in the industry, you're going to have a lot more support. So like, you know, you'll have proper managers and stuff like that that can help you with that. And then also, you're getting paid. So when money is involved, it's a lot different. I found like the stress that I got at uni is very different to the one I have at work and stuff like that now. To where like, I recommend, because at the minute you're kind of just burnt out, I would just recommend take like a small break. You know, you don't have to look into getting a job straight away. Feel it out. Maybe like, you know, suss a few interviews and stuff like that to see the general like vibe, maybe apply to a few places, but don't like, if you're able to, maybe take a small break. You know, I would recommend that. It's always helpful taking a little bit of a break. Oh, you took a year off already? Well, I would suggest applying for places, see how it is. And then when you're in your interview, like ask those questions of like, what's the work culture like here? Like, because it's very dependent on some studios are like full of crunch. I'd have to deal with a lot of crunch where I work at. But there are other places that are more laid back. It's very much dependent on like the size of the company and the type of work. If you're art and degree, I have a bachelor in design. So I guess it is in art, I suppose. Like I have a bachelor in design, and I have I've worked in the motion design industry for like 7 years now. I think close to 7 years. So I have some experience, I suppose. But like the motion design field it's like a creative industry, so it's very similar to like working in 3D in some aspects. Also, this is meant to be black. Yeah, when you do like your interviews with the company and stuff like that, it's really it's as much of an interview for you as it is for them. So like you want to make sure you ask them questions about the workplace, because it's not just you trying to get the job. You want to make sure the job's the right fit for you. It goes both ways. So really recommend when you do interviews and stuff like that, like asking them questions about not just the kind of work that they do, but the environment. The environment's really important. Because like, yeah, I have a stressful job, but like I work with like fantastic people in my team that make up for it. So the environment and the work culture is really important, especially in the creative field where generally it's like more crunch, right? You want to make sure you have a nice environment, a nice team. So it's really important to ask those kind of questions in like during the interview process. And it's also a green flag as well when you're asking those questions. Because it shows that you have more, like you're not just here for just the job. It shows you have like a better like commitment and stuff like that to like the role. Like I haven't really had to interview much people. I've done it a few times, but when I see like have people asking those sort of questions, it's I'm much more comfortable with them. Yeah, I was really scared. Yeah, I'm just really scared of the social thing. I had to work with people who refused to work, even show up some work. Then I took all the blame. Lead at that point, believing us. Yeah, university is like really Mickey Mouse. So in university, some people care, and then some people just don't give a shit at all. You won't really get that in the field. Like, if you do have somebody you work with that is like that, they won't last long. Like, they'll just quit. It's very, very different environments. Because I had the same thing for like my capstone project, which is our end of year final project. It was like a 3-person project, but in reality, it was just 2 people doing everything, just me and my friends. So it was, it's hard, but you don't really encounter those kind of people. Like some people are there at uni and just treat it like uni or college and just treat it like high school. But like at work, it's very, very different. Because yeah, somebody could be studying, like what you're doing currently, but like they don't, like they're just there for the degree. Like their passion's really not too there. And it might be hard to like think like, how can someone even do that? But you'd be surprised how much people are just there because they finish high school and they know the next thing is, oh, I have to go to college. I have to go to uni now. So like, yeah, the industry is much, much different in that sense. And if it's also that thing to where if like you're stressing out over work and stuff like that, if it's a good company, they'll have support systems for that as well. And also you'll be surrounded by hopefully like-minded people that are passionate and care about what they're doing. Because like I think I would be so cooked if I didn't have like really awesome coworkers who like I'd actually like some of them I consider like my actual friends that like I hang out outside of work. It's very, very different compared to like uni. Because some people are just there because like, well, I finished high school, like I guess I got to do this university thing. But yeah, it's also like, it's really easy for me to say like, oh, you want to ask like XYZ questions. I was like, I am a pretty shy person to where I struggled doing that at the start. But it's that thing you kind of have to like, you have to mask up and then like really like fake it to make it sort of thing. But yeah. It's reassuring to hear. I mean, I've been feeling like an art. It's just university. Like now, it seems like a whole thing. But like you'll get over it. I barely remember. I remember some things from uni, but like it's not too much. It also doesn't help that like some of my coworkers went to the same like university as me, and like even one of them had they went to the same class as me. At one point, and I did not remember. I didn't remember we had the same class. They like brought it up, and I was just like, I was like, I'm keep it back, gang. I do not remember uni at all. I mean, yeah, I had someone like not sabotage, but I had someone like just like not giving a shit. But it's just you're gonna encounter people like that. Happens. That's just like life, Some people just care less. It's really easy to get frustrated over that, but like at the same day, it's important not to let that sort of take over. I find a really important thing I always tell myself is that I never want my mood or feelings to be shifted based on other people's actions because that's out of my control. You know what I mean? Like, it's so easy to get frustrated because of someone just being a dick or like whatever. But like, I can't control if this person is like a dogshit human being. So like, why should I be letting that affect my mental? So it's fine to be frustrated, but I really try to just like tell myself, chill out of your control. Like they're just whatever, like, and I don't like always go to that mindset. Like sometimes I'll like every time I'll be like, did I do something wrong? Or like, could I navigate the situation better? But sometimes people are just terrible human beings and there's nothing you can do. And it's important to not let the fact that they're assholes cook your mental because, that's just life. Some people are like that. You can't control that, so don't try to let that fry you. Love your videos. Do you feel like you've got a most improvement in 3D outside of work, or has something professionally helped you? Most of my improvement has just been doing projects, really. I set myself deadlines for like everything I sort of do. And then from there, I'm very critical of myself. So I finish something and then I examine it and be like, oh, what could I have done better? Like after a week of not seeing it. and then try to keep that in mind for the next project. Maybe that will be something I focus on, or maybe it's just something I need to keep in mind of. So it's very much just mileage, just doing stuff. Hey, how's it going, Prixley? Hey, hello, amazing artist. Hi, how's it going? But yeah, it's just really just being consistent, working on projects, and being self-critical. Oh, this skirt is awful, but like, I'm a bit fried now. Like, I'll keep yapping for a bit longer. Thanks for your answers. I was really at nothing just to give up and find a more standard job. Yeah, I don't recommend giving up straight away. Just have a feel. Like, it's that thing to where you put in the work, might as well see how things go. Like, it never hurts. It's always better to try something than to just not bother. Because, you know, things could be different. It could also just be like, you know, it could be a different like kettle of worms or whatever. To where it's like, like I'm not really feeling it or whatever. But that is fine because at least you've experienced it. You know, you've tried it. I am thankfully worked as a duo in my college, but gosh, when a trio and one person do shit. Yeah, it was like funny as shit because that like that project is their entire grade for the class. But you know, it's just university. Like, what can you do? You know? Yes. Before you can be base, you have to be cringe. I used to be an absolute cringe edge lord, bro. Like, until I grew up. It took longer than it should have. You're probably gonna have to use some. Ugh. Let me have some water. I may be cringe, but I am free. Hey, that's a good way to put it. I'm like, it's like, yeah, I think I'm pretty cringe, but at the same time, I'm just like, sometimes I'm conscious when I'm like, am I just like being like a dumbass cringe? To where like I try to be like, I want to be true to myself, but at the same time, I'm conscious of like, I just don't want to be a shithead. So it's a lot of like me examining myself sort of thing. I don't know, it's hard to explain. That looks pretty bad, the skirt, but I'll examine that later. In fact, what I will quickly do before I wrap up soon, I am going to whatchamacallit, project some textures and then call it a night. I really thought I was gonna finish this entire model before like I end the stream, but like I was low-key distracted, which is good. I like yapping. It's always fun. Like I do like streaming, but it's just hard. It's like hard for me to model at the same time. It's amazing. I need to build towards that level of work ethic. I feel like I give up too easily on projects and not touch them for months. Yeah, it's that thing, right, when it's like, it's self-discipline. It's like a really important thing, you know? Like, it's kind of hard to build it, but you just have to force yourself sometimes. What's it called? Project from view. So I'm just gonna like ignore the UVs and just do a temporary projection of the skirt so I can build the shape out better. But first, I need an image. Oh, banger! Scotty doesn't know. Yeah, it's important to be motivated with your projects. That's why I don't really do too much commission stuff, because like I just want to make sure that I'm motivated to do it. I'm like, it's both good and bad to where if I'm not motivated to do something, I just won't do it. Like, it's kind of bad, like work ethic thing, but also it's good for my mental health because like if I just don't want to do something, I just don't do it. I'm not gonna force myself. Yeah, that'll do for now. I learned this mentality from the starfish face. Yeah, it's a good mentality to have. Like, it's a important mix of like being disciplined with yourself, but then also ensuring that you're not too overly harsh on yourself. I used to be like way overly harsh and self-conscious about everything I do, just in general. But I've learned a lot over the times to, you know, be a bit more kinder to myself. But it's very much a balancing act. Oh, there's no MSI game tomorrow? I mean, today it's tomorrow? Fuck. But no, it is today. Oh, dude, I'm eating good tonight. I'm gonna get out, maybe get a nice little meal, come home, do a bit of work, and then watch some League of Legends. What a beautiful day. Okay, that's better. Anything else I can model? There's one thing that I did in middle school that still makes me physically cringe to this day, and I graduated high school. Yeah, there's a lot of things that like live rent-free in my mind permanently. There's some stuff I remember from uni. Not too. Oh, there's a few things I guess I can remember from high school that where I'm just like, ugh. But I think like as you get older, like it kind of fades out, I guess. It's also so funny. Every time I think of those moments, I'm just like to myself, like, buddy, like, dude, no one even remembers that besides you, sort of thing. Because I can't remember as, oh, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Ugh, buddy. I can't remember like a single like cringe thing that someone else did in like school and stuff, and there was a lot. It's just like interesting how, because like in our own mind, we're like the main character, so everything is like so much more deeper than it has to be. But yeah, it doesn't matter that much. I think it's better to be like cringe than it is to be like a shell and like never like really being who you actually are. Like staying true to yourself, I guess. In a way, but there are some people to where I'm just like, ooh, buddy, maybe you shouldn't be doing that kind of stuff. But, you know. God, I've made no progress. My days. I'll quickly model like the beanie, I guess. I don't know why, but throughout like the stream, the Twitch bitrate has always said it's unstable, but it's like fun on YouTube. I'm gonna have to check some stuff. I'm not sure why it's like that. Oh, the hat. I was just gonna quickly block in the hat before I log off for today. I mean, fair efforts today's stream, because like I don't know, I was kind of like mentally tuck it out. Wasn't really sure if I was gonna stream, so I decided like super last minute to stream. Cause I've had like, I've had a long like month. But, you know, it's like whatever. so I'm trying to think how I want to model this. Dude, what's with my mouse sense? Weird. Did I accidentally raise the DPI? I think I did. Oh my god, I don't remember what DPI I had. Definitely not that. No way, I pressed pause to get some water live stream. I will say that's one thing I really like about YouTube. The fact that you can pause and like replay stuff. It's really good when I'm watching like any esports. I get to like rewind shit. It's awful on Twitch though. That like rewind feature sucks, bro. Like I try to like I'll miss a moment, I'll try rewind for like a second, and it'll peg it to the start of the stream. I don't know why. It's just so bad. Okay, I'm not playing this song. I'm not playing tutorial music. I'm just gonna like, when I'm like just modeling stuff, this is kind of how I do it. If it's like, yeah, just blocking things out. Like I'm just getting it roughly into shape, using a cube, adding subdivisions, and then putting things into shape, switching in and out of edit mode, and like using like the sculpt. And like I'm not like adding subdivisions until like I'm happy with the like initial shape. So I do want this hat to be a bit flopper. So something like that. And I'll extrude this bit out, and then I'm gonna separate this just so I can freely move the front hat. So very much like build first and then worry about everything else after. And I won't like stick too heavily to like the reference here, because obviously when I drew it like 2D, so it won't be like a one-to-one thing, especially with like the cap here. And it's also like when I'm modeling and stuff like that, it's really important to zoom like in and out to see like things from like the thumbnail sort of like situation, and then getting up close as well. For a beginner at 3D, do you think trying to replicate artists' work it's the best way to learn. Copying from people is the best way to learn. That's how I learned my style. Finding like a style and stuff like that is like, I don't just discover this out of nowhere. It's an amalgamation of everything I like. So I learned how to do this through studying and like replicating other people's stuff. So on like my home server, I literally have a collection of like game models I've ripped that I've like downloaded to like reverse engineer and stuff like that. It's the best way to like learn. By far, like, you know, you got to start from somewhere. So I would recommend, you know, like it's not, it's probably something you don't like post online, but it's like a good way to study. It's a very good way to study. especially like a nice way to discover your style, because like you might try to do something that an artist you like does, and then you just might not enjoy doing it that way. So then you try to do your own way, and then from there it branches out to eventually, you know, developing your style and stuff like that. It's a very good way to learn. Like in like drawing, I think they just call it like doing like a master study. It's good. It's a good way to learn. I do recommend. It's just it's throwing me off because she's bold. In fact, I'm copying you as we speak. Good. It's a great way to learn. Like one of the reasons why I'm trying to post like more YouTube content and stuff like that is because there's not a lot of resources online for like this low poly stuff. Like some of the resources I did find are like from ancient forum posts from like years ago. To where a lot of the stuff I had to learn was through just like reverse engineering models and stuff like that. Okay, I'm gonna sit back down. I've been standing for like an hour. Oh my god. My knees. Okay. My shoulder is fried as well, dude. Alrighty. Jokes aside, I hadn't drawn it at all in like 3 months, and you got me posting, got me going again. Nice, dude. I'm really happy to hear that. Even picked up Blender the past week? Dude, that's sick. I always like, the most flattering thing someone can say to me is like, seeing your stuff has made me want to create again and stuff like that. That's like the most, like that's like why I post stuff online. Otherwise, like I don't really care too much about like Twitter likes and stuff like that. What makes me like really happy is when people like, you've inspired me to like do like XYZ. That's like really cool. Like that's why like I make content and stuff like that. It's not for like likes or fame or anything like that. I don't really care about that stuff. It's like my main whole goal with the channel is to make content that's engaging and like gets people wanting to create. Especially like in like today's current age where everyone's so like Zoomer brain rotted in like AI slop and stuff like that. Oh, there's like this. I really want to sort of like advocate like the joy and whimsy of like making art because it's fun. Oh, banger. So I am probably gonna have to join this to the mesh at one point because I really dislike these jagged edges that are happening with the intersections, but I'll worry about that later. I'm just gonna try and nail the shape first, and then we can figure out how we're gonna like mess up the topology to get everything fitting. So I think on the last model, they weren't joined. Even on this guy right here, the ears are like a separate mesh, which I don't really like anymore. I don't like doing that stuff. I want it to be joined. So it's like got a cleaner cut. Okay. Sorry, like as I'm like doing this, I'm like stretching my shoulder out. My like, left arm is just fried. It's so annoying. I have to go to bed now wearing a gauntlet. Like I have to wear an elbow brace to keep it straight. It's the funniest shit. I'm like thankful it's winter, so I'm not sweating through it. If anything, it's warming me up. That's one positive thing, I guess. Okay, that's something. Let's finally change the skin color. Is the mouth on your model like UV mapped or are they planes? So the mouth of my model, it's just like planes that swap in and out. So it's not controlled by UV offsetting, if that's what you're asking. It's just blend shapes, because that's just the easiest way to set up this sort of thing for VTuber models. I think you can like do UV offsetting thing with like Unity shaders and stuff like that, but I just find this bit's a little bit easier. It's also easy to do it like cross tools and stuff like that. Oh my god, I just had a huge hiccup. Oh, wow, I was like drinking water. Okay. What was I doing? Ooh, I was gonna not make her blue anymore. Hey Kevin, the model's looking great. Thank you, thank you. Happy to catch a stream. Yeah, happy for you to be here. Ooh, ads are on Twitch. Okay, what was it doing? Skin. Okay, let's not do that. Wait. I need to fix my sleep schedule though. It's like really bad. Like I've been watching all the FIFA games and they start really early in Australia. Some even like at 2 a.m. It's been like really fried my sleep. Yeah, I did the other day. I did the UV texture map and the flicker is kind of bad, but I think I'm gonna change it to planes now. Yeah, you can just do like planes and then do like offsetting and stuff like that. Just make sure that when you do the blend shape stuff, because I assume you're like doing a VTuber thing. If you do it in Unity, just make sure that it is set to binary. So it'll either be at 0 or 1. There won't be any in between. So that's why my stuff is snapping. Love your base mesh, helped with great topology studies. Hey, thank you. I'm glad it's been helpful. I was surprised, like I randomly did like a throwaway post like months ago of the base mesh that I was like working on for myself. I was surprised how much people like liked it. And I was like, oh, this is doing numbers. I should probably post this eventually. But I was like, it's something I was tinkering around with a lot. Hey, how's it going, Connor? Yeah, I was really surprised how much people wanted it and stuff like that. I remember I posted it and people were like, I need it now! I'm like, dude, chill, I'm working on it. Because like, I was like, wanted to make sure I had good topology for deformation. But then also like my own personal base meshes are very peculiar. Like this one is very similar to the one I have in Gumroad, but it's a little bit different. In that like here I have like different topology entirely. Where the thing on Gumroad, I want it to be like a universal base mesh. But like on my personal stuff, I've pretty much the same. It's just some bits are modeled a bit differently. Okay, let us change this. What is this song? Oh my god, I was thinking like Disney shit. No, this is Avril Lavigne. Blender streamer, this is it. Yeah, this is it. This is peak. I'm still trying to think what I want to get for lunch/breakfast. I feel like I need something nice and warm. I could get some pho. Hey, thank you for the fudge, Justin. Welcome on in. Welcome. I want something nice and cozy, but I don't want to be too cozy because, like, I don't want to get home then go to take a nap. Dude, it's so good and it's like cheap. Yeah, bro, I love, dude, with some tripe as well. It's so good. I know some people are thrown off by like those like sort of like pieces of meat and stuff like that, but I love it, bro. The only thing I can never be bothered eating with like Asian food is like when it's stuff like fish head. I just can't be bothered. It's like too much effort to like get all the meat, and then like I can't do it. I can't eat the eye. It's too much for me. But I'm here to support you. No, thank you. I have a question. What is your honestly suggestion in trying to maintain consistent commission flow, especially since I'm just starting out? I would love to. Okay, I'll try to answer that, but keep in mind I don't really actually take commissions online. I've done like freelance work for my full-time job, but it's like not something I've done like full-time. I think like my recommendation is you probably need to be, there's like two things I would recommend. Be very consistent on social media. As much as like Twitter sucks, you're gonna have to use that quite a bit for like promotional stuff and just networking and collaboration. The other thing is just what I said, networking, collaboration, you know, talk to other artists, interact with the communities and stuff like that. You'll think you'll be getting commissions from and stuff like that. As far as getting consistent workflow out of it, it's going to be difficult to start out because it's very much like a word of mouth thing, to where the best you can do is just try to be consistent in networking and like promoting yourself and stuff like that. You don't want to be too annoying when you're like promoting your stuff and whatnot, like to other people, but like, you know, just try to post and grow your social media and stuff like that. Yeah, there's no shame in reposting your own artwork. I retweet my stuff all the time because I have like barely any posts on Twitter. So I'm always like retweeting it. Even like really old stuff, like I'll probably have to dig through my archives after the stream to like repost some stuff because I don't post often on Twitter. So because of that, I make sure to retweet stuff all the time. But sorry if I haven't given the best advice for that right now. I just don't really do commissions too much. I don't have Twitter in the first place. I would recommend getting Twitter. Yeah, like if you're doing commission stuff, I do recommend getting Twitter because that's kind of the main platform people use. Like Twitter, Blue Sky, but primarily Twitter, I think, is the main thing people use. Like it's a pretty shitty platform, but like you can mute stuff and whatnot. I find it was much better once I muted a lot of things and ignored a couple of like those reposting rage bait accounts. Became a much more like palatable platform. Ooh, crazy word by me. Okay, I feel like I've been listening to the same stuff for a while, so I am going to switch out of my punk nostalgia. What do I want to listen to? I'll just play some Near Automata music or something. Top 5 punk bands? Ah, dude. I'm not super tapped into punk anymore. I used to listen to it all the time when I was younger. But I'm like looking not tapped into it too much anymore. My favorite though of all time was All Time Low. Like, dude, All Time Low was like I think it was one of my early fixations. I loved their music so much. So goated, bro. Like, dude, so good. I love All Time Low. Like, their OG stuff is crazy. I was locked in with that. Like, Dear Maria, Jammer, God, so good. Yeah, the kind of promotion like posting your comms are open, maybe ask for shouts of previous clients, but don't go, don't go to people DMs, like never go to people's DMs and say, hey, I'm open for comms and stuff like that, unless they've like asked you in the past. It's very much like, they're good at reading that sort of stuff. Yeah, Weez is pretty good. I'm trying to think the ones that I really liked. Dude, I used to be a massive Escape from what they call it? Escape from the Fate head. Pierce the Veil. Like, I can't remember all of them off the top of my head, but I just remember All Time Low was so good. Weezer's punk. I just remember one song from Weezer, to be honest, that like jammed. I think it was the song they used for the Jackass movie, like the OG Jackass movie. Like, I think they called it Jackass 3D, like the big one that had like a theatrical release and stuff like that. I don't know how I did it, but my Twitter experience is actually pretty keynote. I literally only get art posts completely. Yeah, it's the same for me. It's just very much like Twitter becomes like what you like interact with. So if you're clicking on like rage baiting posts and stuff like that, like it's just gonna show you more of that stuff. So like I'm very mindful of like the content I like, because I know like if I like this, the platform's gonna keep on sharing more stuff exactly like this and whatnot. Because the main goal of these social media platforms is to not have you close the app. So if whatever you engage in, whether it's a click or any sort of interaction, it will keep on showing you that. For example, if you're watching YouTube Shorts and you let a YouTube Short play on repeat and repeat, it'll start showing you that more, even if you didn't like the content or anything like that. That's why I'm kind of annoyed on YouTube Shorts. They got rid of the dislike button, because I liked using that a lot, because whenever I'd see like annoying shit, I would just dislike and then it would never show me that kind of stuff again. But now I can't do that. Hey Kevin, your Gumroad is a goldmine for real. Thanks for sharing your models. I'm learning a lot from it. Hey, thank you. That's really nice of you to say. I'm glad it's been helpful. I need to start putting more stuff on it, I think. Like some of the random things that I use more. But I'm just trying to find like the best way to, I guess, do it. And also, I'm trying to make sure that like I have it on like, I think like Gumroad for me is probably the best place to post it. But I might like open a Patreon or like I have a coffee page, but I don't like really post stuff on it, to be honest. To where I think like I'll open a Patreon, I'll start posting Ko-fi more often of stuff as well. We be live more often? I mean, I hope. So I plan to be live every how to explain this? This same time, like every week. So for me, it's Saturday because I'm in Australia. But whatever time I started this stream, it would be like the same time every single like week on a Saturday, unless I have stuff going on. But I'll usually will post on Twitter like when I have plans early in advance where I won't be streaming today. Because the thing is, like when I stream at this time, this is early morning and for me, so I work a full-time job. So on the weekdays, I can't really stream these hours unless it's before work. So I might toy around with some before work shenanigans before I have to do my wage slaving. If not, I might experiment and do some streams after work, but it'll be a different time zone, of course, pretty much like 12 hours late, like after this current stream. But, you know, there'll be VODs and stuff of it, I hope, if I stream on YouTube. But I plan to stream more often than I did in the past, because in the past, I'd stream like once every month, low-key, and I'd always be like, yeah, I'm gonna stream more often, but that never happens. So hopefully I stream more often. My health is better, so I can, like, I have the better capacity to stream for longer, but it really sort of depends on how busy I am. Because like me streaming also means like I have less time spent on like my YouTube content and other projects, but it is very, very fun. Like I really like interacting with you guys and stuff like that. It's a lot of fun. I like yapping. I can't open Instagram in public. Dude, my Instagram's clean. I use Instagram for only reels and messaging like the group chat. That's it. Only reels, messaging the group chat, and posting like a funny story. That's it. I do not engage in like the the normal the normal posts and stuff like that. Hey, thank you for the follow, JJ. Welcome on in. Yeah, I don't really be. I just use it for funny reels because I don't use TikTok. Instead, I siphon the TikToks onto Instagram because they come like a month late. Okay, I kind of like that shape. I want it to be very like pillowy, so like very fluffy here. I'm gonna improve it on the back. I think I also kind of want it to be like flopper on their back as well. Like nice and droopy like that, maybe. So I'll make sure it doesn't look like a mushroom cap is all. That's better, isn't it? That way you only get stuff that survived TikTok. Yeah, I mean, it's better. I get like the filtered stuff, and like if there's anything like really funny on TikTok happening, my mate will either just spam quote it to me, or like he'll just message me and send me the TikTok on Instagram, sort of thing. I'm trying to reduce my doom scrolling. I doom scroll at the end of every night to cool down. But what's it called? I don't doom scroll that much. I do it as like a way to chill out. Yo, bro, where I see a random stream. I'm from Crash's Discord. Hey, what's going on? What's going on? Yeah, don't stream too often, but I try it every now and then. But I'm not much of a doom scroller. I do check it every night, but like that's the only time I'm scrolling. If I'm on the toilet or like right before bed to like reset. Good night, thanks for making time with the streams. Gonna watch them while I work on my models, lol. Hey, no worries, no worries. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your night. Low-key, I'm just noodling on this now. Okay, I think I need to set up like hotkeys for this sculpt mode. I'm just being too lazy. Let's see. Oh my god, I had to download voice crack. Jeez. I had to download ZBrush for something. I was like making a charm, like a 3D printable thing for somebody. Dude, ZBrush is so fried. I haven't like used it in like ages. I had to like find all my old preferences from like my work Dropbox account because it was sitting there for some reason. Oh my god, bro. Like, I forgot how like obtuse that software can be, but it is so nice to sculpt on. Okay, that's getting a bit too mushroom cappy at the end there. Low-key. Or am I overthinking it? Oh! Yeah, I think I'm overthinking it. Alright, I'm just gonna stop noodling on that bit and just... that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Let's leave it at that. Alright, I will... Let's see. Warm up the hands, warm up the hands. What can I do next? Can I ask, how do you set up the live tracking for your avatar? Oh, do you mean like the hand tracking and stuff like that? Or just like in general? So you're wondering like the app and stuff that I use? I use an app called Warudo. And then I am using eye facial mocap. So like my iPhone is like tracking my face. And then for like the hands, I'm using webcam tracking for the hands. So it's a bit scuffed. Also, I just realized I don't have my webcam properly positioned. So the hand tracking is not the best, but you know, it's okay. Yeah, I use Warudo. I used to use like back in the day VC Face when I didn't do too much to the avatar, but I use Warudo nowadays. I find it's either like people use, I think Warudo or I think it's called Vineyard. I personally just prefer Warudo because I just like the UI. And it kind of reminds me a bit of Unreal Engine, the way like the blueprints and stuff work, which is really nice. Which V9 has blueprints, a blueprint system as well, but I just low-key prefer the UI, and I think the documentation for Warudo is very nice. So it just puts your 3D models there, and it automatically tracks. Yeah, it'll just do it everything as long as I have all the correct parameters set up and everything built and set up beforehand. Can we create characters like this using Blockbench? What are the main reasons for using Blender instead of Blockbench? I don't have too much experience in Blockbench. I'm pretty sure you could probably make this sort of stuff in Blockbench. I just prefer using Blender because it's like what I know. I've never used Blockbench. I've seen some stuff of it, but I don't have too much experience. It's just sort of my tool of choice, but I wouldn't be surprised if you could make the same thing I'm doing here in Blockbench. But I think like one of the benefits to using Blender is, I could be wrong, but like the rigging and stuff like that, I don't really know if Blockbench has that. Where I could be wrong, but again, I'm not too familiar with it. But I've seen some really cool, crazy stuff. From people using Blockbench and whatnot. Okay, maybe it's too wide. I was like, I'm gonna stop noodling on the beanie, and I'm still noodling. Hello, me when I lie. All right, okay, that's it. We're calling it there for the beanie. Okay, what can I do next? Well, I have to put on some shoes, so we'll just give her socks for now. Puts a cup noodle in the beanie. Dude, I have a really bad habit of just noodling forever. I think on like, it's so hypocritical of me. On the article I did for Crash, I wrote a thing about like knowing when to move out from the block out. When it's like my worst habit, I like will sit noodling on something forever. Where like I should have like moved on ages ago. It's like it's worse when I'm on stream though. Like I feel like it is kind of. Well, sometimes I'll just get into the zone, and I'm just like faffing stuff about. But like that's why I draw my concept sketch always, because it's like I don't want to be figuring out the design or like the shapes of the model while I'm modeling. I kind of want that pre-established so I can just go like, yeah, that looks good enough, and then move on. Otherwise, I will literally never move on. My elbow's killing me. All right, let's see. I'll stream for another 30 minutes. I know I said that an hour ago, but I like lying to myself and to everyone. So I will start the hair. Just funny. I think I told someone at the start of the stream they wanted to see my hair process, and I was like, yeah, I'll be probably jumping onto that. And I haven't touched it because I am slow. Okay, this music's way too chill for me. I need something. Let's play some bangers. Ooh! Ooh! Okay. The hair. Holy ADHD, bro. So bad. Alrighty. Well, first, let's name all this stuff, because it's really important to keep your stuff named, I guess. Like, I like to be pretty organized with my things, because it's just easier. Once I have stuff named, it's easier to toggle and hide things. I tried messing with your base mesh a bit myself. It was pretty good for my character. I had to change the shape of the eyelashes and the eye shape hole. Yeah, with the base mesh, never like use it like just as is. Well, you can if you want, but I'm always changing stuff. So like on this one, this is my base mesh, but you can see I've already like modified the topology quite a bit. Because it's as it is, it's just a base. So tear apart and really like change it as much as like you want, because you should be. I am like, whenever I'm using my base mesh, I'm like changing it quite often. The only thing I'm never like updating is the hands, because like the main reason I made a base mesh is because I never want to model a pair of hands again. And I think I'm pretty satisfied with this one. I might change the thumb and how it connects in the future. But like, yeah, I'm never modeling hands. It's so ass to model. Most fun part was placing the human ears with cat ears. Lol. Yeah, nice. What was I doing? Oh yeah, the hair. Okay, so when I do the hair, I like keeping it quite organized so I don't lose the curve profiles that I have. So I always make a collection just for that. Oh. Circle. Oh my god, hiccup. It always happens when I stream. Yeah, they look kind of scary at first, but that's just because I've added a lot of triangles. Like, if I just remove like these, so that's just to terminate. Like the reason why I have triangles in here is because I want to force because when, okay, so something that people don't probably really know about is that the way 3D engines work is everything gets rendered out as a triangle at the end of the day. So like, for example, if I push this face down like that, oh, not like that, like this, you'll notice that, of course, because the way I push it down, it's like the mesh is warped like this, right? But let's say I don't want it to orientate like this, but instead I want it to be up here. The only way to fix that is by slapping in a triangle like that, and that will change the orientation of the edge. So sometimes on the mesh, I will do this. I will manually add triangles so I can tell the render engine, here's how I want you to orientate the face. So I have that a lot on the hands because I want like the knuckles to be like orientated properly. Because at the end of the day, everything, this is why you can only have, holy voice crack, you can only have triangles or quads. N-gons are bad because it struggles to determine like the rendering of the triangles. Because at the end of the day, everything gets converted to triangles. That's why when you download game engine rips, it's all triangulated. So that's why there's like a lot of triangles here, where it looks kind of scary, but it's just because I've, you know, forcibly done it to ensure that the face renders this way or orientates this way. Oh my god, I've got like a nose hair that's like hanging out that's annoying the shit out of me. Hold on, let me be right back. I'm going to like, I'm gonna do a little bit of trim. All right, I'm back. Dude, like I had like wasn't a nose hair, but it was like a little bit of my stash that kept on like hitting my nose, which was triggering me. That makes sense. Thanks for getting into it. No worries. All right, what was I doing? Oh, the hair. Oh my god, so scatterbrained. All right, can we stop listening to Simple and Clean and play some KH? Ooh, Dearly Beloved, goated. Oh, it's so cold. Maybe I just get takeout and I don't go out. Maybe that's the play. I don't really want to leave my apartment. Hey, what just happened? Is my stream still up? What just happened? Okay, I think it's all fine. Okay, no, it's all fine. my Brave tab like crashed, and I was like, what just happened? It was like, it gave me like an error, like on Chrome. Like on Brave, I mean. But it's all good. Okay, sweet. Yeah, like the menu screen in Kingdom Hearts, it's gonna live rent-free in like my head for the rest of my life. Like, I get why people make fun of the game a lot, but like, dude, growing up with Kingdom Hearts was like the best shit ever. It's so magical. So magical. I really, like, I have so much like fond memories of like Kingdom Hearts when I was a kid. It's literally the best thing ever for a child. Disney and Final Fantasy, brother, so good. It's one of my favorite soundtracks, but I've also been listening to the Zeta Gundam soundtrack. I could never get into Gundam. I have a coworker who's super obsessed with Gundam. I just couldn't get into it, really. It's just never been my thing. which it kind of makes sense because like I also just don't really care about like cars and stuff. Like I don't know, can I ever get into Gundam? I probably watched 1 or 2 Gundam shows that I actually finished the full way and enjoyed, but it's like couldn't really get into Gundam, unfortunately. Especially like building Gundam, I can't. I'm too shaky. I have so many kits at home that I need to give to my coworker. I keep on forgetting, because I'm not gonna build them. I'll keep it a buck. No, I'm still noodling with it. I know it's just like a tick. It's a tick. My brain resets and then I default back to the beanie because I keep seeing issues. One quick finagle here. Okay, oh, we're done though, we're done though. In fact, I'm going to lock it so I can't touch it no more. Ooh, W4. Yeah, I saw the new Kingdom Hearts trailer. It'll come out, I don't really like how it looks. But like, I mean, there's so early development. It's not coming out for a while, I don't think. I'm playing level 1, critical KH2 and PS2 in the CRT. It's peak, dude. That's cinema. Gundam is super crazy, but like, if you do ever watch a show, I'd probably be best to watch shows that aren't. I think that's really cool of like all the interconnected like lore and stuff like that. I tried clicking on the beanie to noodle on it again, lol. But yeah, I just don't think like I'm not really into robots and stuff like that. I don't know. I wish I liked it though, because all the internet connected lore and stuff sounds like sick. I'm sorry to call you out like that. You sound so flustered, but I'm really curious about your hair process. My ulterior motive. Nah, it's all good. I'm just goofing about. Yep. So I will, because I won't stream for much longer because I do have to take a break because of my arm. But I'll show you what I do. So actually, here's what I do. I'll explain like my actual full process, like properly. So, have you seen Karakano? It's a rom-com directed by the guy who did Evangelion, and you could really tell that sounds really familiar. Let me search this up real quick, guys. Yes, I have. It's cinema. It's cinema. If you're not into Gundam though, I can totally recommend a couple of tracks. Yeah, I listen to like music from those like animes and stuff like that, just never the shows. All right, so to do the hair, what I do is I do it all through curves. What is the model for? It's just an OC of mine. So I am essentially just remaking this. So this is the new design I have, and then this is the original I made a couple of years ago that wasn't finished. So it's just for me, really. But so the way I do the hair is I do it all through curves, right? So for the curves, we need two things. We need a path to define the strand and a circle to act as the beveled profile. Oh my god, I'm like literally repeating my script word for word on like the YouTube video I made. Yeah, it looks super cute. I'm probably gonna change the face here because it's a bit too harsh. But I'll play around with it. I just wanted to finish the design because I never finished it. But yeah, so we have this strand here. That's going to determine where the hair is. And we also need a beveled profile that's going to determine the shape. So let's make a curve, and I want to specifically grab, not that, the NURB circle. Hey, how's it going? I'm a big fan. Thank you, welcome on in. So I like grabbing this one in particular because you'll see we have all these dots here. And I do low poly stuff. Hey, Makai, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I do low poly stuff, so I prefer doing it this way because I like to have like full control. But to make this, you know, snap to these points here, we have to do an edit. So I am going to go into the active spline setting here under item, select them all, And then I am going to disable Bezier, because Bezier is just determining the way it interpolates between the points, right? So I don't want that. So I'm going to do that. And then as well, I'm going to decrease the resolution here, because I essentially want to have it just, I'm on this side now. Yeah, nice. Because I essentially just want it to, you know, snap to it. And I don't, I honestly probably only, for all my hair, I just make it so the edge has like eight, the edge loop is 8. I always keep that for all my hair strands generally, unless it's like really large. So I'm going to decrease the resolution here, so it matches my target. And then I'm also going to, hey, Pedro, that's a sick name. Thank you for the follow, Pedro, welcome on in. I am also going to change the order U as well. And then once I do that, you can see that now the bevel profile is snapping to my points, right? You can see that through here. It's snapping to my points. So from here, we can now shape our points to make the profile. So I'm just going to shrink in the outside here and then shrink from the y-axis so it's more flattened out. And you can do stuff to where it's like, I want just the front here to be rounded, but I prefer kind of just keeping them like a universal sort of shape. Since it's like low poly, I don't really do too much detail. But if you want, you could like do stuff to where it's like, let's say I want to break up in the shape. You could subdivide this here to have a little bit more of an interesting bevel profile. I don't personally do that. I do that after I convert everything into geometry, but you can do that. So now I'm just gonna scale this, move it aside, right? Because I don't really need to see that. And I'm gonna just rename this to bevel profile hair, so I know like what it is always. Move that into there. And now we go back into our NURBS path. This is like quantum mechanics. I can observe the effects, but I'm too dumb to understand. Yeah, all the VOD, like the VOD will be kept on my YouTube. So as long as YouTube doesn't take it down, it will be up. So now what I do is I have the path here. So we just need to change the bevel profile. So we're going to data, and now we're going to select object here under bevel, and then we're going to select the bevel profile we had, right? Click on this and boom. We now have that profile now filling out the rest of the hair. But you'll notice that if I go into the wireframe mode, whoa, that's a lot of topology, right? So to fix that, we need to reduce the resolution under the preview view across both things. So I'm going to decrease not that yet. Let's leave it at that. So I'm going to decrease this to 1 because I want the resolution of this to match exactly to the bevel profile that we have, which is 8, right? So we'll just reduce that to 1 so it won't subdivide anything. But we also want to reduce the resolution on our path, so I will do that as well. Generally, I'll play around. Sometimes, actually very rarely I'll do 1. I'll usually go from 2 or 3. It kind of depends like how much points I have, because if you look at this, if I subdivide this and add a point in between, it'll add more resolution because it is interpolating the resolution based on your points. It's subdividing it, right? So at like every like point, it's going to subdivide it in half for that resolution sort of thing. So now we have the base strand here. So with this curve, we can like rotate it however we want. But there's 2 other things we also have access to. So let's just rotate it like this. And you'll notice that when I rotated it, it orientated differently. And that's because you can control the rotation of the curve by pressing Control T. So if I wanted to have like a swirl, I can press Control T, and then I can turn on the proportional editing and have it twist like that. So you can control the rotation and twist of each point. So that's another thing you can control and that you will be messing around with quite a bit, because depending on where it's like orientated and rotated, it will like go crazy mode. Now, the other thing you've noticed, this doesn't really look like a hair, it just looks like a tube, and you're right, and that's because I had to scale stuff down. So if you press Alt-S, that will give you the option to scale down each individual point. So with the tip, always gonna scale it down to a 0. That's so it has like a perfect, it looks like an actual hair strand now. And then from the top, we can start to reduce it as well. So what I'm gonna do is, the base size of the hair strand is too big. So I'm just gonna reduce this. So that is just the base that we have. That's a good size. Then we can again, always go larger as well. That is just gonna be our starting point size. Right, so now I'm just gonna tick this off so I don't see it and I can't accidentally screw it up. Now we have our base hair built out. So now we can start to position things and properly organize and manage our stuff. So let's begin, right? I always start with the front. That's where I always like doing it because it's always going to be asymmetrical generally, and then I'll do the sides and the back after, because with that I can get away with more symmetry. Okay, so let's start getting things into place. So as I'm doing this, I'm going to be twisting things and adjusting the size. I'm just going to hide the beanie for now because the beanie will be wrapped around the hair. So let's focus on the hair first. So the reason why I really like using curves is because it's really easy to get stuff into place. So I'm just blocking it out and I'm reviewing my reference, trying to get the base shape out. You'll notice that I have here, oh, I love this song, Travis Town, so good, chills. The hair is flat, right? So we don't actually need this point here. So I'm just gonna delete it because it's just gonna be flat. Right, so we'll just block them out. Another thing you can do as well is you'll notice there's an empty space here. The reason why that is, you need to enable fill caps and then that will be filled out. But I generally don't bother because I'm going to merge these two together. So I don't usually fill the caps. I haven't read chat in a while, so let me just quickly read chat. With the tutorials, I'm tempting my first level polymorphy and having a real hard time with pleated skirts. Any tips? I can give some tips right after I finish this quick hair tutorial. No more noodling with the beanie. Time for real shit. Well, I'm just gonna noodle in the hair. Pure gold you spitting. The hair is flat, so it gives huge. Yeah. So now what I'm gonna be doing with the hair is I'm gonna just block in the primary form. So I'm going to delete the curve here and then just start getting in our main shapes, right? I won't worry too much about the individual strands. You can see I have strands here, because right now I just want to build out the main overall forms, right? So let's switch to the side view and start blocking it out as well. Now I'm noticing that the hair feels quite flat, so I need to thicken up the bevel profile. So let's do that here. So we're just gonna scale it up the y-axis, and you'll notice that as I'm doing that, it's also reflecting on the curve, so it's getting thicker. All right, so we'll do that a little bit. That looks nice. And you can see here, it's quite blocky, so you can up the resolution like so, just to make it a little bit more smoother. So I'm warping it around the hair, trying to get a nice round. It looks like noodles because I don't really care about these top bits connecting because it's just going to be covered by the head. What I could do if I wanted to, I would then properly shape it around if I actually cared, sort of like so. When I'm modeling hair, with hair, it's the way I like to imagine it is that, let there are like points with the hair to where the hair will like grow from, right? So how to best explain this? There's like an overall like flow with hair. So what I'm imagining right now is I have this point here. It's where the rest of the hair is going to like flow into. So like hair, it's kind of helpful, especially with stylized stuff, to find like a central point where you want it to like grow from. So we're just gonna have it at that area. Yeah, it's like a part. It's like the way, it's just the way everyone's hair grows is a little bit differently. Right, so that is looking fine for now. Let's just add in a temporary material. All right, and let's say, for example, obviously the scenes will work, but let's just say, for example, yeah, I'm happy with the placement here. Like it's for all intents and purposes, let's say we're done with the block out. Now we can start to add in strands. So it's really important to add in breakup with hair. Your hair will look bad if you just have them all blocky. So now I'll start to shrink up these larger shapes and then start to have things taper off. Right. So there's just a little bit of breakup because, you know, a really important thing with modeling and design in general is having a nice variety of big, medium, small. So you want these large blocky shapes with breakup of smaller, like medium details, just so there's a nice little variety of detail across the board. It's like a really fundamental design thing. Right, so we have that. Push that a little back a little bit. And you can see here, I don't really care too much about like the topology. I will be connecting these together, but for now, it's fine. We can always fix that later. We just want to make sure we nail down the shape and then we can really worry about lining things up. So I'm just going to delete these. Let's just pretend like this is good to go, right? So then from here, what I would do is, you know, check from all views, just make sure that I'm like happy with it across the board. It's really important that you don't, yeah, I will do like a proper hair tutorial in the future, like a video of it, for sure, where it's not all covered by the hat. But I'm just trying to quickly get over explaining my process. But let's say this is done, right? It's also really important to check from every angle. Don't just check from the front and side, but check from below, from like above. Look at a lot of angles, because remember, like you have to keep in mind, it's a 3D object. So you're not going to be looking at from one single view, but a variety. So look from all angles and really sort of examine that. So let's just say, yeah, cool. We're done with the block out. Things like look good to us. It's now time for the next step, which is converting it into geometry and exiting curves. To do this, I'm gonna select both and then convert them into a mesh. So now we're no longer dealing with curves. We're just dealing with actual geometry. By default, these are not going to be connected. So real quickly, you just want to select and then merge at center. If you have several curves, what you can do is just merge by distance. So whatever is close by is going to merge like that. So then here is like where I'm really going to start tweaking things, right? Because the curves are there just for me to build the base. Now I can really refine things to where I'm going to jump in and out of the sculpt brush to use the move tool to like reposition things nicely. Also here's like, I'll be like editing the topology and stuff like that. Cause let's say I want this little guy here to connect with this guy. It's not too hard of a process. You just, because at the end of the day, they all have the same matching edge loops, right? The only thing that's going to be different is the loops across the like y-axes. So we'll look at joining them in a second. I'm just going to roughly block in a shape that I'm somewhat happy with. Yeah. It's not the greatest, but try and cover everything real quickly. Okay, let's just say I'm happy with that. So I'm happy with this one. Let's now move into this one. So with this curve method, it is kind of annoying to do flat hair because you'll notice that like this looks odd because it's just off like that. We wanted to smoothly transition there. So we need to do this in the at this is the stage when we're editing the actual mesh. So first I'm going to add a little subdivision there so I can really get in there with some detail. And let's start merging these verts. Chef, can you tell me how many vertices make the arms, legs, and cylinders? Yeah, for the arms and legs, the edge loop is just 8. So it's basically just a subdivided cube, pretty much, like this, across the arms and the leg. Yeah, it's pretty high poly. Like, I don't really consider my stuff, like it is like low poly, but it's not like traditional like PS1 low poly. It's a bit of like in between like 3DS and I'd say like primarily like 3DS and like PS2 graphics. But like, yeah, now we are essentially, so both hands. Yep, I will, after I explain this, I'll quickly show you the hands and stuff like that. So what I'm doing here is just, I'm sliding it back and forth to sort of smoothen it out. Right, and then I'm also, I'm gonna add a sharp edge to the end here, just so it's easier to see. Right, and now let's like look at joining these together. So the way to join them is pretty straightforward. All I would be doing is just making sure that the loops across here match the exact same as both. All right, so let's just make ourselves a little bit, our jobs a bit easier and just merge up to these two. So from here, I would just join the meshes together. And then like literally, I'm just gonna select these and start joining them together. So I'm gonna look for this one, boom, connect it, boom, connect, connect, connect. So now we're merged together at that point, right? So this is where there's gonna be a lot of manual tweaking because we're like merging these sort of together. All right, let's merge these and delete these loops because they're not necessary anymore. All right, that's looking cool to me. Merge up top here. So it's like the hair is a bit of a technical process, but like, you know, it's very much iterative to where I'm like slowly building it up using curves, and then I start to really get deep into the topology and stuff like that. All right, so, and let's just slap in some sharps here just to better see how the mesh is looking. But that's how I would do like a single hair strand. Obviously, when I'm doing this, I'm doing it all at once to where I'm not like finishing a hair strand, like hair strand by hair strand. I'm modeling the entire head with the curves, then I'm combining it, and then I'm like, you know, adding breakup and stuff like that. But that is a speed run of my entire process. I apologize if I didn't explain it the best way, because I was sort of figuring out how to explain it as I go, and if I worked too fast, because it's quite a lot to cover, and I've got to wrap up soon. But quickly, I will talk about pleated skirts, and then I will touch on the hand stuff. So, And this is like the result of that. Where honestly, I probably wouldn't have this combined here, but instead I'd probably have it ripped so there's like a little bit of like space here at the bottom. Yeah, I'd probably have it more like that. So we don't want it entirely flat. But at this point, I'm noodling. So that is a quick speed run of how I model hair. That's my particular methods. There's a lot of different ways, but that's just what I do generally. So onto the frills. So there's a lot of ways you can model like pleat skirts and stuff like that. So there's two ways. The way I primarily do it, I just texture it. I don't really bother with the geometry. But if you're wanting it to actually be, snooze ads, to be pleated, what you can do is add triangles. So what we'll do here is let's subdivide at the center. Why did I not subdivide? Let's subdivide here, shift it to the side, and now I'm going to merge this to the last bit, right? Shift this a little bit more, push it inwards, and we're sort of gonna have this like edge collapse inside of it. There's like a lot of ways to do this. I think Danny Mac has a pretty, I think I learned a cool method from Danny Mac on how he does it. But like that is like one way to do it. You can see like there is the pleat, and you just do this across the entire model. I think an easier way to do this is, let me see. Mind you, this is way if you want to model it in. I personally just texture it, but you know, each their own. So another way to do it is let's subdivide this up. Right, and then let's select an edge loop, and I think we can do, let's select all of our edge loops actually. And then we can do checkered deselects. Okay, that didn't really work. There's a way you can like have it so it selects every single odd one, but I can't remember how to do it off the top of my head. Okay, so we grab all these edge loops, and then we can just scale them in, and then like, let me figure out how to do this. So what I'll do here is I will snap the 3D cursor to be in the center here. Cursor to selective. You can't see the cursor because I've got it hidden, I believe. Let me see. Okay. Yep, now it should be showing. We want the cursor to go to selected. Ooh. Okay, it's not going exactly where I wanted to because it's the symmetry. So actually, let's just do this. Apply that, cursor to selected, bam. So now it's in the center, right? So what you could do is for pleats, if you want to be like lazy about it, you can shrink them inwards. Like so, and then just rotate them like that. And then suddenly, look, you've got like pleats like that. Right? Suddenly you have a full series of pleats, and then if you want them to connect, you just will merge them like so. Or like what you could do that's even easier is, let's deselect everything so it's at the top here. And then under tool, let's put on auto merge. And now we're just gonna hold G and slide them up. And that will merge them all together. So now you have basically all your pleats done, and it's like matched to that. Obviously, like you have to, you know, shift things a little bit. Like this probably, like make sure you have a clean mesh, basically. But now you can like go into here and then smoothing them out a little bit as well. Smoothing it out just a little bit. And yeah, that's one way to do pleat skirts. And that's why triangles are cool. So that's the way I do pleat skirts. That's probably like how I do it. That's also how I do dress frills and stuff like that. If I go to the Mint Fantôme made mint model, I can show you what I mean. So on this model, let me select the geometry, you bum. Oh no, I already can. Whoops. On this model, I do all the frills by just triangles. So if I just hide this, it's essentially just a square, and then I just place triangles in here to allow me to build those frills out. And that's why triangles are very cool. There's a lot of ways you can use it. Because if I were to just like, you know, have this geometry line up the rest of like the dress and apron, it'd be like so over subdivided. It'd be awful. But yeah, alternatively, you can also just paint it in. So this part's real geometry. These frills here are painted in, although like pretty poorly by me. So it's really just like, it's up to you how much detail you want to add, sort of thing. You can get away a lot with texture painting and stuff like that, and depends on like your texture resolution and, you know, I guess your polygon resolution and how much you can be bothered. Now, onto the hand thing you were asking before, Makai. Oop. Yeah, so the hand does connect with just the 8 edge loops, but I have to reduce my topology to do that. Otherwise the hand is too large. So I'm like literally just merging my edges together to terminate the edge and reduce the count. But this is still like 8 edges for the loop that's connecting to the hand here. I've just added like triangles at this location, and as well as here to help reduce the poly count. Otherwise, it would be too large. Yeah, we just cheat because, like, you know, yeah, you'll get like a little bit of an odd seam here, but it's not too noticeable. If I just go into 256, I apply my modifier. Why is it not working? So like, yeah, actually, no, I kind of smurfed it. Like, yeah, there is a little bit of like seams like here, but like you don't notice it. Everything else is perfect. It's just a matter of like the wrist is just gonna deform like one way. It's not so complex. You need like perfect topology. As long as you have supporting loops before, like down here, you'll be fine. Even like down here as well. So what do people always warn against triangles? Triangles can be bad. It's all, so like, mind you, everything I am doing, thank you, yeah, no worries. Everything I'm doing, and the only stream I watch, good evening and afternoon. Maggie, hope you're having a good one. I do low poly stuff, right? So triangles can be bad, and I can show you why, but then also, no, there's reasons. In moderation, triangles are fantastic. It's about the way you use them and the incentive behind it. Hey, Theoart, how's it going? Welcome on in. So the reason why people warn you against triangles is because they can create poles. So let's say, try to think the best way to showcase this. Actually, I know the best way. Let's import a cylinder. Let's import a cylinder here, and let's do this. All right, so these are all triangles, right? This is a gigantic pole. So if I were to subdivide this, this is how it's going to come out as. Right. You can see, even when I have shades set to smooth, this might not be showing on the stream the greatest, but it's still like, you can still see like the, it faceted here. Like you can still see the hard edges that are showing up from the poles here. And this topology is generally pretty awful. If you were to like sculpt on this, it would be very difficult to sculpt on because of this pole makes it hard to sculpt onto it. And then like, if I wanted to adjust the topology here, because there's triangles here, I can't add an extra loop here. I have to add it. It can only be like added to where there are perfect quads. So there are reasons why triangles are bad, but there are also reasons to why you should use triangles. It's very much not a never use triangles, never use it without intention. And that like subdivision stuff doesn't matter too much to me because I don't subdivide my models. I work in a low poly style and environment, so it doesn't really matter to me. I will use triangles there are a few reasons I use them. It's either to terminate edge loops like here. I don't need this extra line going through because I don't need the extra detail on my arm, so I just terminate it here. It's only there for the extra shoulder resolution. So that's where I would use a triangle. Another way I would use it is for deformation reasons. Let me pull up an old character. Cool, my Brave browser crashed again. Dude, my shit's so jank. Okay, so I would also use triangles to improve deformation, and I don't mean the lawsuit one, I mean more like the deforming. So I have triangles all over my finger here. And the reason why is because these triangles help alleviate the, I guess, the stress of when it's like bending. So it helps the edge collapse in on itself more easily. Where if I were to have, let me just do this quickly, just a cube here. I think I just have to add an armature. So let's just do this. So if I were to just have these cubes here, right, like this, you can see it's collapsing in on itself. Right, that's an issue. Yeah, you can alleviate it with some subdivisions in between, to where it kind of does better, but then you need to add like more loops and stuff like that. To where, because I work in a low poly sort of style, instead of me adding like infinite amount of edge loops, I just add a simple set of triangles so it can stay low poly and still get good deformation from that. Yeah, I don't bother with support vertices like triangles on the wrist. I just keep them on the fingers because the wrist like is fine for the most part. I'm trying to think if I have a model to show that. Also, if you think about your wrist, when you're bending it, you're never like going past, like, if you think about your body mechanics, right? With your wrist, is it gonna show on stream? I'm not like bending it past like this degree, right? I only have a 180 degree like sort of rotation. It's never like going further. And that's something to also keep in mind when you're rigging and stuff like that. Not everything has to be absolutely perfect at every rotation. It's mostly unnecessary because like can you actually sort of do that thing? You have to think about that. Like, can the thing can this bone actually move the way I'm like moving in 3D? Like, it only has to be as good as it actually needs to be. And like, for example, what I mean by that is if I go into this rig here, an important thing to think about is arm rotation, right? So when you rotate your arm, you can just barely rotate it past there generally. So it doesn't have to look better than that. And this is only rotating the forearm. When you're rotating your arm, it's not just your forearm that is like, oh my God, just stuff tracking. Your forearm that's rotating, it's also your bicep and shit as well. So like, it wouldn't be like this if you're rotating your arm. It would be like this as well. Oh, not that, this. So yeah, I don't know. It's important to be conscious of body mechanics when you're rigging and like weight painting and adjusting your topology, because some things like don't really matter that much, to be honest. I'm trying to think if I can, yep. So yeah, you can see like, I don't really need much like loops here. If I cared about the wrist, I could just add more loops, but I don't need to add triangles to help support it because there's going to be no collapsing there. Is it better to make subdivisions on rotating pieces like knees or elbows, or loop cuts? On like knees and elbows, like you can just use normal loop cuts. You can do a similar tech here if you want to the arms and knees. I don't bother personally. I kind of just like keeping them flowing. I only add like a triangle to the knee just to force the face to orientate this way, like the triangles, because I want it to render with the triangles here as to oppose it being like this. Boom! Absolute speed run explaining that stuff though. Holy, that was a huge yap. And sorry if I spoke really fast and quickly through that. That was a lot to cover. And I was going to get off like an hour or two ago. So I'm going to start prepping to wrap things up here. But if there's any other questions I can try and quickly explain it before I close up shop and open up Uber Eats. I'm not going out. I'm staying indoors. I can't be bothered. I decided. I'm not going for walkies. I am eating Uber Eats and being a fat arse. I'm giving myself a treat. I don't care. Love your work. Easy to subscribe. Thank you. Much appreciated. So we did okay today. Ooh, what happened here? Okay. I think I accidentally deleted material. Happens. Okay, so okay progress today. I was like, I'm gonna 100% like model this easily. To where I didn't even finish it. Well, like so much yapping. But it's a good thing. I like if you can't tell, I talk really fast because I don't like shutting up. It's saying it for like Messi, watching Messi play type shit. Dude, I'm actually so keen for the World Cup. Oh my God. The World Cup has been so good. One of the best World Cups. So, dude, it's been the best to watch because the hate watching has been magnificent. The stuff with the US, hate watching Ronaldo, it's just been gold, bro. The funniest thing was that player from the UK, he got a yellow card while not even in play. And then also after the UK won, he's not playing for the rest of the tournament because he broke his arm. He jumped the barricade to celebrate with his team, and then he fell and snapped his arm in half. Oh my god. So, oh. How do you make the UV grid without the numbers and custom colors? So that's on my Gumroad. It's like a special texture I've made. It's up on my Gumroad for free to download. I think it's just called UV Checker on my Gumroad. So that's where that is. And I made it just in like a sprite in like Photoshop. I just did it all manually. It's like basically just a material texture setup to where I have like a geometry node set up to where I'm able to just like apply it to anything, which is the things on the Gumroad. How will you go about rigging the skirt, by the way? Just curious. The skirt for this one, I'll think about it, but I probably won't actually do any special rigging because it's quite tight on the body. I'll probably just not make any bones and just weight paint it. But we'll see like how much like pain that becomes. Yeah, the Miku custody battle, that VTuber cursing every single team was so bloody funny. Dude, some of the matches have been so good. I'm trying to think what was the really insane match that I watched. It was like really close. God, I can't remember off the top of my head. Let me just change to just chatting. So I'll yap for a little bit before I head off. FIFA. What was the match that was like cinema? Mexico, England. That was close. That was actually really entertaining. But I'm like tapped in. I don't really watch footy, like football too much or soccer. But like it's World Cup, like you gotta watch the World Cup. It's been so fun. I feel like it's just gonna be an Argentina France like rematch in the finals. But like it's been so entertaining. So goated. And the memes have been so good. Like all the Haaland shit, it's been so funny, bro. Fantastic World Cup. Fantastic. But I was gonna yap for a bit. I'm actually really tuckered out. So I am gonna wrap it up here. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. I will be back live, I don't know, maybe during the weekday. We will see. Hey, thank you for the biddies. Yeah, I'll catch you guys in the next stream. I'll probably like announce on Twitter like when I'm gonna stream again. But I might do like a weekday stream like late at nights. Maybe not. But at the very least, I will be here same time next week, as always. So have a lovely rest of your day, everyone. For those sweating, hopefully you get to stay cool. And for those cold as shit like me, stay warm. But I'll see you guys hopefully soon. Have a wonderful rest of your day. Bye.